Morning. Good morning. Good morning. If I could please ask everyone to take their seats. I'm so glad so many people decided to come on day two. I guess we didn't bore you, so this will be an exciting second day. So on behalf of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, it's my great honor to welcome you to our annual China Forum for Day 2. My name is Katrina Lantos Sweat. I'm the Director of Government Affairs here at the Victims of Communism Foundation, and I will serve as your MC for the day. Today's forum brings together policymakers, scholars, journalists, human rights activists, and members of the public who share a common purpose: to better understand the realities of the CCP and advance the cause of truth, freedom, and human dignity. At the Victims of Communism, we believe that remembering the victims of communist regimes is not only an act of historical justice, it's a moral responsibility and a guide for shaping policy today. Through initiatives like China Forum, we aim to promote informed, fact-based dialogue about China's political system, its global ambitions, and its impact to freedom and human rights around the world. As we gather here, we're reminded that the issues we discuss are not abstract. They affect real people, from those imprisoned for their beliefs, families separated by repression, to communities around the world grappling with Beijing's influence. We're fortunate to have with us today a distinguished lineup of speakers who will help us unpack these complex dynamics. Individuals whose insights, scholarship, and moral clarity will deepen our understanding and I hope strengthen our resolve. So thank you for being here, for lending your time, your expertise, and your voice to this important conversation. And with that, I would like to call up Dr. Eric Patterson, President and CEO of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation.
Thank you very much. And it's a delight to welcome you all to this 11th annual China Forum. As most of you know, in 1993, the US Congress passed a law that was signed by Bill Clinton that said that there should be some organization that should commemorate the 100 million people murdered by communism in the past and be an active advocate for the freedom of those still held captive by totalitarian regimes today. And of course, that organization became the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And we do that work through education. We have student, teacher, and professor programs. We have curriculum and online training. We do it through the museum, just a few blocks from here. And I'd like to invite you, if you haven't been to the Victims of Communism Museum, just 2 blocks from the White House at McPherson Square, to come, to visit. It's part history museum, part art museum, and we always have a temporary gallery looking at more contemporary events. And then, of course, there is our policy outreach. And this program, in a sense, brings together leading thought leaders, policy experts, those with expertise on China. And what we do is we bring together the best of that knowledge and present it right here in Washington, D.C., for those who will be making decisions. And our China Studies team, led by Adrian Zenz, does that for the National Security Council, for the State Department, for the British Ministry of Defense, for the United Nations, and for governments, not just here in the United States, but literally around the world. Now, an event like this, of course, in this beautiful Willard Hotel, would not be possible without the generosity of sponsors, many of whom are with us today and listed in the program. I would like to direct your attention to our hero and freedom level sponsors, the Sarah Scape Foundation, the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, and Catherine Wendel's. Would you help me in thanking them for sponsoring this event? Well, let me say one word about the leader of our China Studies program, Dr. Adrian Zenz. It would be easy to think that when one looks at the colossal scale of surveillance, of human rights abuses, of organ harvesting, of the theft of technology of this kind of surreptitious wealth transfer from west to east that happens through surveillance, through blackmail, through industrial espionage and like, it'd be easy to think that the leader of our China studies team would be someone who would be dour or bitter or have a level of hatred, but that is not the case for our team, and frankly, it's not the case for the Victims of Communism Foundation. This team, led by Adrian Zentz, is really motivated for a love of people. As Katrina said earlier, the victims of communism are flesh and blood men and women, and what animates our China studies team is actually a love of the Chinese people, whether they're Han or Tibetan or Hong Konger or Uyghur, whether they're Buddhist or Muslim or Christian or atheist, whether they're men or women or children. We'd like to see them all liberated from the totalitarian surveillance state of the Chinese Communist Party. And so if you get to know Adrian Zentz, you'll know he's an intelligent and indefatigable researcher. You'll know that he is someone who's willing to travel anywhere to tell the story and to be a witness for the victims of communism. You'll find out that he is on the cutting edge of new research methods in the social sciences. But you also find that he's a person who's a lover of humanity and wants to see a positive change in China. So would you help me welcome the director of our China Studies program, Dr. Adrian Zentz.
Esteemed guests, thank you so much for coming here this morning, and welcome to the 11th China Forum. The China Forum convenes experts and scholars with deep expertise on the People's Republic of China to understand Beijing's strategy and its global impact on our freedoms, our future, and our diaspora communities here in the United States. Our focus today is the dissemination of foundational research, of rigorous expert assessment, designed to inform responsible and strategic policy decisions. Long-standing views within national security circles posit a false dichotomy between the hard interests of security and the soft advocacy of human rights. This is a critical analytical deficiency. Global events and the strategies of autocracies like China and Russia demonstrate that human rights are not a peripheral concern, but are foundational to the national security, stability, and freedoms of Western democracies. The examples of China and Russia clearly demonstrate that a state's internal repression is foundational to understanding its external strategy. How an autocracy treats its most vulnerable citizens and minority groups is not a peripheral matter. It is a primary indicator of its strategic culture and international intent. Consider Beijing's actions in Xinjiang, Tibet, and Hong Kong. The vast apparatus of high-tech surveillance, forced labor, and cultural eradication is not merely a domestic atrocity. It is a laboratory for a scalable model of total social control. This model underpins its efforts to reshape global norms, export surveillance technology, and execute transnational repression against critics abroad. Similarly, Russia's systematic dismantling of internal dissent, the poisoning of political opponents, the eradication of independent media, and the crushing of civil society, all of these phenomena were the essential domestic prelude to its full-scale military aggression in Ukraine and its persistent hybrid warfare against Western democracies. Therefore, understanding the human rights violations these autocracies perpetrate is not a niche exercise, but it's the foundation for understanding their strategic mindset. To successfully counter the efforts to make the world safe for authoritarianism and protect our own freedoms, we must treat the internal conduct as a core national security imperative. To this end, we must recognize the primary threat is not merely of a military nature, but a long-term attack on the very foundations underpinning the rules-based global order. This system is the principal bulwark against the global system of autocracy defined by coercion. Our first duty is to vigorously defend this architecture. Eroding these norms, whether through indifference or cynicism, is a direct concession to the autocratic or communist worldview. We must champion the mechanisms of accountability that revisionist powers seek to neutralize. This defense is credible only if mirrored by an unwavering commitment to our own foundational principles. Our strategic advantage rests on legitimacy derived from the rule of law. Our freedoms are not arbitrary privileges. They are the political expression of fundamental human rights. The authoritarian model that might makes right posits absolute state power and contingent human dignity. In contrast, liberal democracy believes that power is subordinate to law and that the state exists to protect inherent rights. These values, therefore, are our most potent strategic asset. With this in mind, we look forward to a day of engaging analysis. Our vision is to move beyond siloed analysis and grasp the interconnected nature of Beijing's strategy from its economic foundations to its global ambitions. Today, we will explore tainted trade and global standards, analyze strategies for countering Beijing's strategic aggression on the international stage, and confront the global implications of its techno-authoritarianism. We will also hear an analysis of Xi Jinping's latest strategy and speak with the renowned historian Frank Diktter, whom we will be presenting today with the Victims of Communism Lee Edwards Award for Outstanding Scholarship. They'll be this afternoon. Thank you for coming, and please enjoy this event. Now it is my pleasure and privilege to introduce our very first keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Ros Doshi, a person intimately acquainted with the inner workings of the Chinese Party state. Dr. Doshi is the C.V. Starr Senior Fellow for Asia Studies and Director of the China Strategy Initiative at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is also an assistant professor in Georgetown School of Foreign Service. His expertise includes China's foreign policy, U.S. strategy toward China, cross-strait issues, and Indo-Pacific security. Before joining CFR, Doshi was Deputy Senior Director for China and Taiwan at the National Security Council, where he served from 2021 to 2024 and helped manage the NSC's first China Directorate. During his tenure, Doshi coordinated U.S. government policy on China and Taiwan, drafted the administration's China strategy, and negotiated with PRC counterparts. That must have been very interesting. I'd like to hear more about that. He is the author of the book, The Long Game, China's Grand Strategy to Displace American Order, a book that I've read. And I must say, the research methodology reminds me very much of my own research approach of trying to assess, sort of looking into the black box from afar. And Dr. Doshi has brought some of his latest insight for us today, and we're very privileged to be able to listen to that. I very much look forward to this. Thank you. Please come on.
Well, good morning. I want to thank Dr. Zenz for that very generous introduction, especially suggesting that our work shares a common methodology. That really flatters me more than it does him, and I appreciate him for that. His work, as we all know, has had an enormous impact on policy and on the world, and I'm grateful to him for his scholarship. I want to start by just thanking all of you for taking the time to come join, and I think I have about 10 minutes before a very exciting next panel, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief. I want to talk a little bit about what China's worldview is and how that affects China's strategy, which is a subject that I've written about for a long time. And per Dr. Zenz, I'll update you at the end with where I think China's strategic ambitions and intentions are today. But let's take a quick step back. What is a grand strategy if China has one? It's a theory of how a country essentially can achieve security for itself. It's integrated across military, economic, and political instruments. And that kind of integration is rare. So when that kind of integration happens, it allows a state to punch well above its weight. And in China's case, you already have a heavyweight. So that's a pretty significant thing if it exists. If China has such a strategy, it lives in the Chinese Communist Party. And there can be no proper discussion of China's foreign policy without thinking about the party, as Adrian mentioned just a moment ago. The way the party looks at the world, the way it governs its own people has implications for how it acts internationally. We have to remember that the Chinese Communist Party was formed in the ferment of the Qing dynasty's decline after a century of humiliation. Nationalism sets the direction of the party. And actually, if you go back and you read the top, Chinese party members, and even before that, the nationalists who inspired them, you find very clearly that the goal has always been kind of rejuvenation of China, defined not just in terms of prosperity, but in terms of being able to overtake and surpass the West. Sun Yat-sen, famously the leading nationalist activist of China, one that the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party still revere today, said, quote, "With China's population and material strength, we were to imitate the West and adopt reforms we could catch up and surpass Europe within 20 years. Mao himself later recounted that he worshipped leading Chinese nationalist intellectuals, Kang Youwei, Liang Qichao. He read and reread them until he'd memorized their works, and that when he was young, he put up posters of them all around town, including in his bedroom." Deng Xiaoping, famously Mao's successor, went to France, where he encountered communism, and he decided to go there because he wanted, in his words, quote, "China was weak, and we wanted to make her stronger. China was poor, and we wanted to make her richer. We went to the West in order to study how to save China." So again, nationalism has always been a major motivation of the Chinese Communist Party. And today, President Xi has talked about achieving this great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. And he, of course, has a phrase that he debuted 8 years ago, which is the phrase, "great changes unseen in a century," 百年未有之大变局. And that particular phrase is an incredibly important phrase. It means he believes this is the moment where China can finally achieve rejuvenation after waiting for so long. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But if nationalism sets the direction of the party, we have to remember the other half of the party, which is Leninism. Leninism matters. It is the means to achieve those nationalist objectives. And Leninism is about a vanguard of professional revolutionaries achieving power. It's fundamentally focused on the achievement of power, the maintenance of power, the centralization of power, and the exercise of power. Leninism is about power. And it is, in that sense, a deeply dangerous approach to governing human affairs. Power over all other considerations is the Leninist precept, and that requires extraordinary centralization. If you look at the Chinese Communist Party, it's, of course, a Leninist party. It penetrates every level of society. It penetrates every level of the state with a dual architecture to make sure that the politically loyal always have their thumb on the key institutions across the country. So with that introduction to the party and how it works, and in part what its view of the world is, how has the strategy changed over time? In my own work, I explore 3 periods where China's strategy changed since the end of the Cold War. But let's go back to the 1980s. Back then, the US and China were quasi-allies aligned against the Soviet Union. But then things changed. At that point in time, in 1989, we had Tiananmen Square. In 1990, the Gulf War. In 1991, the collapse of the Soviet Union. And after that trifecta of events, China's perception of American threat increased, and its perception of American power was quite high. And let's take a step back for just a moment. If you are a nationalist political party with a Leninist DNA, focused on the achievement and execution of power, the most important variable for you in foreign policy is the following: the relative power gap between you and the most powerful state, which is the United States. That is how you will see the world. And indeed, at the end of the Cold War, they saw that gap large, they saw the US threatening, and they decided to blunt American power quietly and non-assertively. Militarily, that meant focusing on asymmetric tools, mines, missiles, submarines. Economically, trying to join organizations like the WTO, not just to get rich, but to tie the hand of the United States in economic coercion. And politically, to join and sabotage the institutions that the US had set up in Asia, in part to make sure they couldn't be used against China. And that strategy continues until 2008, when again, that key variable that I mentioned changes. This time, China's perception of American power had fallen after the global financial crisis. And we see China move from a blunting strategy under the precept, the strategic guideline, the 战略方针 of 韬光养晦, high capabilities and buy time, to the new precept of actively accomplishing something, 积极有所作为, which is deliberately put in a dialectical relationship with the prior phrase. This was an adjustment in China's strategy, and the focus now was on building the foundations of order in Asia, and that is what China did. Militarily, it moved from focusing on keeping America out of the region to building the capabilities to be able to project power within Asia, capabilities that today we are now reckoning with. Economically, it went from trying to tie us down to actually investing in its own ability to use economic coercion against others, whether sanctions or beneficence through the Belt and Road. And finally, politically, it went from sabotaging American institutions in Asia or allied institutions in Asia to setting up its own, whether those are banks or new regional security organizations, to become the leading state within the Asia region. And that strategy continued until about 8 years ago, when China finally began to focus on expanding globally. And this brings me back to that phrase I mentioned, President Xi's phrase, great changes unseen in a century. That phrase evokes an earlier phrase from Chinese nationalists during the Qing dynasty. That earlier phrase was great changes unseen in 3,000 years. What that meant at the time was that China was in such profound decline, such profound depredation due to European and Japanese imperial efforts, that China was experiencing changes unlike any that had occurred for centuries, for millennia. Xi's phrase takes that statement of weakness and converts it into a statement of strength. Great changes unseen in the century is now a sign of confidence. And it is saying that the world is up for grabs because of geopolitical and technological change that all of us are tracking. And this is the moment to seize the mantle of global leadership. And what would that look like? Militarily, it means Chinese global bases around the world. My first few weeks at the NSC, I remember we had to push back on China pursuing a military base in Argentina, in the Western Hemisphere. But that's not the only place they're looking. The Mediterranean, the coast of Africa, the Middle East. It's a global Chinese military, but it's also a military that has capabilities that exceed the U.S. capabilities, not just in Asia, but globally. Economically, it means a China that can dominate global supply chains. They talk about dual circulation, making the world more dependent on China and China less dependent on the world. And today, as we see the fallout from the trade war, where the rare earths tool has been weaponized against the United States, we see the virtue in their minds of a dual circulation approach. Third, technologically. They want to win the fourth industrial revolution. They see history as proceeding through a series of industrial revolutions. The first was the steam engine, which Great Britain won and became powerful. The second was electrification. The third was mass manufacturing. Think Thomas Edison to Henry Ford. The United States won that and became a global superpower. And today we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution. And for the last 17 years at least, if not longer, actually my math is wrong, 19 years, China has been pursuing an approach to dominate what it sees as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize the commanding grounds of the new industrial revolution. And that's what President Xi's investment in technology is all about. And finally, of relevance to this group is the political element of this project globally, which is not just to make the world safe for autocracy, but to reset the default settings of the system so that China's form of government is viewed as completely natural. These are the stakes, these are the ambitions of President Xi's political project, but they're not just Xi's, and that's where I'll end. We have to remember that too often our analysis personalizes the Chinese Communist Party. We too often talk about it as a product of individual leaders, and we miss the continuity across it over time. That, as Adrian mentioned earlier, autocratic systems with Leninist ontologies, Leninist ways of looking at the world, and a weighty nationalist goal to unite them, are often willing to step on the rights and freedoms of individuals to achieve elite projects. And that's how we should think about the Chinese Communist Party, as stewarding an elite project of rejuvenation. And in pursuit of that project, it's willing to do all kinds of things because it follows a simple logic of power. Just like Lenin, just like Mao, just like Stalin, and many others, Deng, and so on. That is why it's important for this group to keep focusing on how the party thinks, how it acts, how it sees the world, and what motivates it. The stakes are enormously high. The moment right now is challenging. The United States faces enormous headwinds in its competition with China. We shouldn't underestimate China either. It is the world's foremost industrial state. It has incredible technological advances. It's also militarily quite formidable. But this country has its own strengths as well. And over the course of the rest of this forum, I hope we have the chance to explore them. I want to thank all of you for your time and Adrian for his scholarship. Thank you again.
Even with the heels, I'm a little short for the microphone. Thank you so much, Dr. Doshi, for your remarks. Very insightful. So right now we have a little treat from our congressional allies. Obviously, we're in government shutdown, so they could not be here in person, but we do have a few videos that we would like to share. First, from Congressman Molinar, who represents Michigan's 2nd Congressional District. As Michigan's only member of the House Committee on Appropriations, Representative Molinar is dedicated to holding the federal government accountable to taxpayers. He strongly believes in fiscal responsibility and has been fighting to make the economy work for Michigan families and seniors. As a member of the committee, he serves on the subcommittee on agriculture, rural development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies, the subcommittee on labor, health and human services, education, and related agencies, and the subcommittee on national security, Department of State, and related programs. Representative Molinar also serves as chairman of the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. In this role, he leads efforts to stop the CCP's economic and national security threats. Under his leadership, the committee has made significant strides in countering the CCP's malign influence and raising awareness about the threats it poses to the American people. We will also hear from Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, who was elected to Congress in 2016 and is now in his 5th term representing Illinois' 8th Congressional District. He serves as the ranking member on the Select Committee along with Representative Molinar. And lastly, we will hear from Representative Tom Suozzi, who represents New York's 3rd Congressional District and is the co-chair of the Congressional Caucus, or Congressional Uyghur Caucus. With that, I will let the video play.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Chairman Molinar, for joining us here today. I know you cannot be physically present at the China Forum. We had you last year for a fireside chat with Krishnamurthy. I've prepared a couple of questions here. Things have been very interesting this year. The dynamics between the US and China are never dull, so thank you for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. It's good to be with you again, even if we can do this virtually.
Well, let's dive in. It's been an interesting year for sure. Things are never dull. And as we know, the Select Committee on the CCP has played a crucial role in identifying, publicizing, and countering the threat posed by Beijing's tactics, by the CCP's aggression. Now, how do you assess the committee's achievements this year compared to the last?
Well, we continue to be a force multiplier for a number of committees, both in the House and in the Senate. When you consider legislatively, the National Defense Authorization Act has a number of our key priorities involved, from outbound investment to biosecure legislation. We've been looking at policies related to rare earth materials and supply chains. We're going to continue to raise the issues in terms of the genocide happening and the human rights abuses. So there are policies relative to economic security, national security, as well as human rights that we are putting a spotlight on the nefarious activity of the Chinese Communist Party.
Indeed, indeed. It does sound like there has been a lot of very important work happening. Now, let's look at the foreign policy dimension a little bit here. President Trump is known for his distinctive deal-focused approach to foreign policy. Now, how has this been altering the role and strategy of the Select Committee, and where do you see the committee fitting into Trump's particular foreign policy approach?
Well, it's important that we collaborate with the Congress and the White House in being united in our approach relative to the relationship with China. And what we're able to do as a Select Committee is focus entirely on this relationship and helping the United States and the free world win this competition with the Chinese Communist Party. And so we spend considerable amounts of time talking with leaders in the administration as well as, colleagues in the House and in the Senate, so that we can work together in a bipartisan way wherever possible. Where does this come into play? Well, it comes into play in trade policy. I was really pleased that the president, right out of the box as the new president, put tariffs on China because of the fentanyl crisis. Our committee did an investigation that showed China was not only turning a blind eye to their manufacturing of fentanyl precursors, but they actually had a direct government subsidy for chemical companies in China that would manufacture the precursors for fentanyl that's poisoning hundreds of thousands of people around the world. And they were giving them a tax subsidy to do that. Couldn't sell it in China, but if they exported it, they would get that subsidy.
That's amazing. I guess I must have missed that. Now, what do you expect from a potential deal between Trump and Xi Jinping? What are your primary hopes, and do you have potential concerns regarding whatever might transpire?
Well, I think the president has shown he's willing to talk with anyone, and he is a very good negotiator. I know there are things that China is doing right now, Xi Jinping is doing, to try and leverage as much as possible. So, for instance, he's not buying American soybeans. He's putting these restrictions on rare earth elements that disrupt the supply chains of countries around the world. And he's doing these things, and he's becoming more aggressive, trying to promote extra areas of territory in the South China Sea and other parts of the world where they're violating international laws. My sense is what he will try and do is negotiate and say, well, I'll buy a few soybeans. I'll let some access to rare earth materials, but do a limited approach in these negotiations.
In an increasingly bipartisan Washington, the Select Committee has always been notable for its bipartisan approach. Now, one of the things I think that everybody is also curious about is, has the committee, in your opinion, been able to maintain the bipartisan dynamic? And if yes, what factors have been key to its success?
I think the key with our committee is we want to be united in presenting a strong viewpoint that reflects America and American values. As we enter the 250th anniversary of the signing of our Declaration of Independence, we have a lot to talk about in terms of the values that this country benefits from. And you look at the, founding documents, that's what unites us as Americans. And so we need to keep building relationships to work together on these things. But just in terms of a contrast, you think of the Chinese Communist Party. They don't view their job as to secure the rights of their citizens. In America, we view the government's job is to govern with the consent of the governed and to secure the rights of our people. And when you look at human dignity, we talk about being endowed by our Creator with the right to life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, and that's an unalienable right. In China, they don't have those rights, and the Chinese Communist Party is the most oppressive on its own people, both in mainland China. We've seen that now more in Hong Kong with Jimmy Lai being imprisoned. We see pastors being rounded up and imprisoned in China. We see them trying to export this to other parts of the world. And that's the vision for communism, not to allow religious liberty, but actually to replace faith with trust in the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, Chairman Molinar, a lot of important work remains, and I would like to thank you so much for speaking to us about this important topic, about your work and the upcoming priorities. Thank you indeed.
Thanks for having me.
Hi, everybody. I'm Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy of the 8th District of Illinois and the ranking member of the Select Committee on the CCP. I'm sorry I can't be with you at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation event, but I'm there in spirit. I just want to thank you for all the good work that you're doing. As you know, our committee tries to work on a bipartisan, constructive basis to win the strategic competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. And that competition also involves a competition of systems of government. Are we going to go the authoritarian route of the CCP? Or are we going to go the democratic route, which we are proud to strongly not only advocate for around the world, but of course practice here in the United States. This competition of systems of government is as important as the technological competition or the economic competition. Why? Because an authoritarian system leads to the persecution of minorities, Uyghurs, Tibetans, dissidents, Hong Kongers, and the list goes on and on. We are going to continue to advocate for their rights, for their full liberties, for their freedoms, just as we would advocate for freedoms here in this country and around the world. So thank you for everything that you do in assisting us in winning this competition of systems of government. And I can't wait to thank you in person as well. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you.
All right, and those were our congressional allies. We are sad that they're not here with us in person. It would have been a lot more lively, I'm sure, as it was last year, but there's always the following year. So I would now like to introduce our first panel of the day, which is the Forced Labor and Global Standards, Building Resilience Against Human Rights Abuses in Tainted Supply Chains. It will be moderated by Dr. Adrian Zenz, with panelists Judy Gerhardt, Research Professor for the Accountability Research Center, American University, and Samir Goswami, Director of Forced Labor Programs, Global Rights Compliance. Please join me upstage.
It's got to be red. Oh, no. It was red before. Now it's glaring. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Judy and Samir, for joining me today at this panel. We were supposed to have one more panelist, Brian Hoxie from Customs and Border Protection, but we're all impacted by the government shutdown, and this forum is not typical to this. But nevertheless, I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation in this panel titled Forced Labor and Global Standards, Building Resilience Against Human Rights Abuses and Tainted Supply Chains. I'm going to start out with a few introductory remarks and a very brief PowerPoint to contextualize the situation of forced labor in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. That's part of my research. And then after that, I will introduce our panelists and have each of them give remarks, and then we're going to have an audience Q&A. So I look forward to that. Now, this panel is confronting a stark reality: the permeability of our global markets to goods produced by state-sponsored forced labor in China's so-called Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The issue of tainted supply chains has evolved far beyond a single commodity becoming a systemic challenge that implicates a vast range of industrial and consumer products. Our focus today is grounded in specific recent research that illuminates the scale of this infiltration. A renewed report from Global Rights Compliance, presented here by Samir, exposes the link between weaker forced labor and the processing of critical minerals. And late last year, research from the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation from our China Studies team highlighted how Xinjiang's agricultural sector, responsible for a dominant share of the world's tomato and pepper products, is fundamentally compromised by coercive forced labor systems and land transfers. And of course, before that, we've had research related to solar supply chain, automotive supply chains, and many others, connecting state-imposed forced labor in the Uyghur region directly to Western goods and companies. A critical focus of our discussion today that I look forward to very much will be the crisis of assurance facing global supply chains. We're witnessing the systemic failure of established auditing protocols and social compliance standards, which are proving incapable of detecting state-imposed forced labor. In an environment of pervasive coercion, traditional audits are not merely ineffective, they are impossible. And the failure has been starkly illustrated. We'll hear more about that, but just very briefly from my own personal experience, as of course the SA 8000 standard used by the audit of Volkswagen's Xinjiang facility. And similarly, major brands like Del Monte continue to procure from state-linked Xinjiang entities like COFCO, which our research implicates in forced labor. COFCO is a Xinjiang state-owned enterprise producing tomatoes. Based on the claim that COFCO has been audited using a globally acknowledged audit standard, the SEDEX-SMETA. These audits, however, are not designed to identify what I personally have referred to as non-internment state-imposed forced labor mobilization. And I, on purpose, kind of try to coin a term that sounds different from just regular forced labor. Non-internment state-imposed forced labor mobilization too, and we've heard so aptly here about how, from Dr. Doshi, about how a Leninist party state penetrates society, civil society at the deepest level, and that is, of course, very much what enables this particular form of state-imposed forced labor mobilization. Could I please have the PowerPoint up? There it is. No, I'm handling different things here. So just very briefly, I'm going to give just a very brief update of some of the recent situation in Xinjiang. I kind of struggle to see this, I guess. There's a remote control. And of course, we've had, you can see the three faces of three different party secretaries that the region has had recently. We've had Chen Quanguo on the far left, Ma Xingwei, the sort of technocrat, bureaucratic technocrat experiencing economic development in the middle. And now, starting in July this year, we have Chen Xiaojiang as new party secretary. Somebody with a strong background in ethnic assimilation, ethnic work, united front, so ideological assimilation, and party discipline, a very, very interesting choice from a political perspective. Now let's, if I press the green button, I get the next slide. So the context, I think, for understanding the current situation and from what I see, intensification of the forced labor situation in Xinjiang is the political attention right from the top. Xi Jinping's unannounced visit to Xinjiang in August 2023, where he emphasized the need to coordinate security and development, and where he talked very specifically about doing the caring assistance work well, whereby people from Xinjiang are guided, a euphemism of course, to find jobs throughout the People's Republic of China. And this refers to labor transfers of Uyghurs to other provinces for factory work. So she emphasizing the importance of development and security and emphasizing the need to use transfers of Uyghurs to work in Chinese factories as a tool to guide them to assimilate into Chinese culture. And I've kind of been tracking some of the numbers here, and we see quite an interesting increase. We have Chuncheon War, we had sort of a slight increase, but a fairly stable situation during the campaign of mass internment at sort of around 2.8 million person times. It's measured in person times because a person can be transferred more than once in a given year. So it's counting how many persons transferred how many times together. Then we saw at the beginning of the 14th five-year plan from 2021 to 25 an intensification of work requirements. And you notice between 2019 and 20, the numbers went up significantly. What happened? Well, this was when a campaign of mass internment was when Xinjiang's strategy shifted from the campaign of mass internment to the more long-term strategy for which forced labor is key. So shifting from mass internment to mass forced labor is part of what we're seeing here. We then had a slight dip under zero COVID. We had Martin Ray come in. Martin Ray came in as a technocrat experienced in promoting economic development and very much intensifying coercive labor programs. And of course, zero COVID was a challenge. And I think that's part of why Xi Jinping's discourses in 23 reflect a certain anxiety, a risk perception. There's an increased intensity. I'm summarizing now quite a bit of analysis here in a short amount of time, but basically what we have seen since the end of zero COVID and the continuation of the policies in the region is an increased focus on Uyghur employment, particularly in southern Xinjiang. And I think that is part of what is driving the record numbers that we now see at 3.34 million person times in 2024. It is always good to remember that forced labor is part of a wider genocidal system. It promotes labor transfers, promote the separation of parents from children, family separation, the dismantling of organic community, the so-called optimization of ethnic population structure by reducing Uyghur population density in their homeland. Birth control is being enforced even by the Chinese companies who employ transferred Uyghur workers, and cultural assimilation as the workers must be Chinese and cannot practice their religion. A very interesting phenomenon that I'm tracking, I've not yet published on it, is a drastic increase in labor transfers to other provinces after 2022, after the peak of zero COVID enforcement. As a baseline comparison, Xinjiang transferred about 25,000 laborers annually to other provinces between 2017 and 19, and these labor transfers constitute only about 1% of all transfers, but they disproportionately target Uyghurs. Now, between January and October 2024, Kashgar Prefecture, one Uyghur, predominantly like 95% Uyghur prefecture alone, transferred over 20,000 rural surplus laborers to the provinces. So, one prefecture transferring nearly as many as the entire autonomous region did before. So that's quite and we don't have numbers for all of Xinjiang. These numbers, they stopped publishing them after 2019. But this is quite a drastic, especially, of course, extrapolation is always a risky undertaking, but still, this I think, this is consistent with the political narratives that I'm seeing. This is consistent with the political intensification of employment mandates, especially focused on southern Xinjiang. Now, this is also affecting trade. Xinjiang's foreign trade growth has been double digits after a slump and then a single-digit growth in 21. Between 22 and 25, we've had double-digit growth. 57%, 47%, 22%, and now 28% growth in the first half of 25 compared to the same time period in 24. And what we see is the share of southern Xinjiang in manufacturing and exporting of all Xinjiang's foreign trade has increased and is now stable at a high level of about 1/3 of the entire region. And we have to understand, just in recent history, southern Xinjiang did not really export. They didn't really export hardly anything. This is a new development that's part of intensified employment requirements, that's part of political pressure, and this is connected to the forced labor drive. And the forced labor drive is being monetized. And this is only the direct trade, of course, which is a drop in the bucket. Most goods that, for example, we receive from Xinjiang or the CPP status, 86%, for example, of CPP's detentions under the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act are goods from Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia. And of course, just yesterday, we had news that there's a new trade agreement between the White House and Malaysia with language related to forced labor and to Section 301 of the Tariff Act, and talk about high-risk areas of forced labor. Now, it will remain to be seen what that actually means in practice, but still, this, I would say, from the eye of somebody who looks at this topic, this is something that has the potential to really to curb transshipment and evasion of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. Very briefly, labor transfers are connected to many other phenomena, in particular land transfers. The taking away of land use rights from Uyghurs. We see dramatic increases. You see here from close to 0% to nearly 40% in the course of 20 years. As Uyghur farmers are experiencing dispossession. Now, this is my last slide. And just kind of just to contextualize here, Xinjiang is now going on the offensive regarding US sanctions. And the Chinese government is actively punishing Western and other companies who are complying with US or other Western sanctions on forced labor. From the 2025 Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region Work Plan, we have the text that says that mandates officials in the region to, quote, actively carry out the struggle with foreign entities in regard to Xinjiang, respond to US sanctions, resolutely defend the production, operation, and development interests of Xinjiang's enterprises, and resolutely defend the rights of people of all ethnic groups in Xinjiang to work and find employment, a euphemism for a massive system of coerced labor of various kinds, of course, that we are seeing in the region. Now, this is a prelude to our distinguished panel here and a slight overview. I would like to now turn to our esteemed panelists here, experts in the field. Very glad to have you. Judy Gerhardt. Judy is a research professor at the Accountability Research Center at American University, where she leads programs on corporate accountability and workers' rights. During her 10 years as the executive director of the International Labour Rights Forum, she helped grow the successful cotton campaign to end forced and child labour in Uzbekistan and oversaw extensive worker training programs in China. And Judy, I also understand you were involved in developing the SA 8000 index, and this is, of course, a topic. This is how we met, not in person, but by phone. We met when the copy of the Volkswagen audit by the Ileana company was leaked to Campaign for Uyghurs and then shared with us. And we were looking at it, and of course, Volkswagen was using the SA 8000 social accountability standard to try to, I don't want to take all your points, but this is how we, anyways, I won't talk anymore about it, but this is how we met, and thank you so much for supporting that investigation. And then Samir Goswami has more than 20 years of experience advancing human rights, labor rights, social and economic justice across government, non-profit, and corporate sectors. He is currently director of forced labor programs at Global Rights Compliance, focusing on critical mineral supply chains and Uyghur forced labor. Previously, he served as a deputy assistant administrator at USAID. And Samir and the Global Rights Compliance kindly invited me to come to Brussels recently, a couple of weeks ago, and we had a very interesting meeting there. I'm not sure I'm allowed to talk about all the details, but it was focused on forced labor with the European Union, and of course, Global Rights Compliance recently produced a report that I mentioned on Uyghur forced labor in critical minerals. So we look forward to hearing from them on this topic. Judy, would you like to start us, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for that introduction. And I actually thought we met before the SA-1000 audit was leaked, the SA-1000 look-alike audit was leaked, because while I was the director at International Labor Rights Forum, I was co-chairing the beginning of the Uyghur Forced Labor Coalition. Coalition and Forced Labor of Uyghur People, sorry, it's a longer title than that. I want to talk today, I want to start by commenting that I think the Uyghur people are victims of both communism and capitalism, because to read your paper on agribusiness in the sector, it makes it clear that there's a whole shift, and it's a shift beyond the scale of what I've ever seen before, but I have seen similar shifts in Latin America, for example, when the government moved in the 90s after NAFTA to privatize, and a lot of small farmers were displaced by agribusiness. Of course, it's a completely different context because of the totalitarian control of the people. So it's really this confluence of the worst of both worlds. I'm going to talk about the importance of evolving to meet international norms and contextual challenges, something we would think that global businesses are always looking to do to stay abreast of and evolve. But I don't think the social audits have. I'll first start. I want to take a step back in the beginning and talk about the construct of social audits, where they come from, how they're structured, what their fundamental flaws are, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Lang Law audit and what really has gone wrong with the attempts of applying the concept of social auditing in the context of Xinjiang. Just one thing about evolving. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this country, from the beginning of the 1800s until the 1960s, was forcibly removing Native American children from their homes and putting them in boarding schools so that we could kill the Indian and save the man, as was said at that time. So this forced displacement is something the U.S. is also guilty of. At the same time, this happened. And since then, we have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the two conventions that codify the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I don't want to excuse by any means the practice that the U.S. engaged in, but I do want to note that in this interest of evolving, I believe the fact that the U.S. has apologized under the Biden administration, that we have sought to evolve. And that's really not happening with businesses that are still investing in the region of Xinjiang. So just a background on where codes of conduct and social audits come from. I think by now they're really, everybody knows what they are, but I want to go back to the 1990s when they started. So really it started when the global unions were looking at how do we hold transnational corporations accountable for their supply chains. At the time, there was a lot of denial of even having responsibility for what was happening in their supply chains. This is 20 years before the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. That's when social audits started. That's when we were drafting the SA-8000 standard. The unions were at the table and they were very much saying, let's peg this to international norms. We did that, but it was really, this mix of campaigns and negotiations that we were able to do that effectively. And I will still stand by the content of the standard. Social Accountability 8000 is a strong standard pegged to international norms with extensive guidance on how to implement it. However, you can't just stop with the standard. I mean, if we stopped with the UN Declaration or the international conventions, we would be nowhere, because it's about how do you put it into practice. And I really, I shifted away from social auditing when I saw the problems, the deep flaws with the confidentiality clauses and the fact that worker complaints were not, the results of worker complaint investigations were not shared with workers. So that brings me to the construct of the way most social auditing initiatives are set up at the moment. And it's possible with the advocacy for human rights due diligence and the transparency and stakeholder engagement around mandatory human rights due diligence laws, that we could move beyond social audits. But the way most of them have been constructed, because of their history and the way they were evolving, they're top-down management tools that evaluate the supplier's management of workplace rights and conditions. So they're really pulling from financial audits, but they're worlds apart from financial audits because they're not looking at numbers, they're looking at people and social contexts. The auditors are usually hired by the buyer or the supplier themselves. Often the factory themselves will hire the auditor, which of course is hugely problematic and creates a conflict of interest. That means the results are owned by them, and it means that they often don't share the results with the workers. So we had cases where we had workers filing a complaint for repression of freedom of association and collective bargaining. The auditor found that the workers were correct, but because that was confidential, the auditors went away without telling the workers and gave the company 6 months to fix the problem. Well, you can imagine the company took 6 months and basically went ahead and reorganized an alternative union. So the structural flaws that are embedded in most of these social audits is that they're voluntary, they're confidential, and because they're voluntary and confidential, they sideline workers. Workers don't really have a voice or a way to engage in the process. So these are set up to defend worker rights, but at the same time, they're constructed in a way that sidelines workers, treats them as widgets, basically, and they may be interviewed, but they're not really able to fully engage in the process. And I want to just give, two examples of how these fundamental flaws have played out in real life. So in 2012, there was a massive fire in Bangladesh in Tazreen Fashions. 112 workers died. The majority of the product we found on the floor of that factory was owned by Walmart. Walmart's response was, we audited that factory, we left that factory. We don't know why they left the factory, it's confidential. For all we know, it was a fire hazard, we don't know. But the point being, if you found a flaw, why didn't you share it? Why didn't the workers know? The second one is Rana Plaza. The Rana Plaza factories collapsed in 2013, and more than 1,100 workers died in that collapse. I think most of you know about the case. Many of those workers were beaten to go into work. They were threatened with losing a month's wages. That factory had been audited. It had been audited by an S8000 lookalike audit. Compared to Xinjiang, Bangladesh is relatively free. It might be hard for workers to find another job, but they can move, they can leave their city. They might get near starvation, but they will be able to move to a different place and find a different job eventually. This is fundamentally different. So basically, I want to just underline the fact that the social audits are deeply challenging wherever they're implemented. And they have not really evolved with the stakeholder engagement elements. They're beginning to evolve. But how do you apply that in the Xinjiang context, where social auditors are, even attempting to conduct a social audit in Xinjiang would ignore the pervasive lack of freedom. So when Adrian came to me and said, I have this leaked audit that tried to audit against SA8000, a standard which I helped draft and which I've written guidance for, I had to read it and I had to see it. And it's not an SA8000 audit. I don't want to malign Social Accountability International, which has said they do not have any certifications in Xinjiang, although they have not put in place any public declarations at this point as to banning those audits, which is problematic. And I think we would like to see them ban those audits. But what we've seen is that they're not really able to do their work because they're not able to interview workers in an honest and open way. They're not able to adapt to the context of the total lack of freedom that's existing that Adrian just described. And I want to circle this back to the Uzbek cotton campaign that Adrian referenced. We were able to succeed in Uzbekistan for two reasons. One was because we had all of the apparel companies were with us saying we're not going to source from Uzbekistan unless and until the laws are reformed and the forced labor is finished. But that combined with total access of the United Nations to monitor those legal reforms and what was happening on the ground. So if social audits are to be used as a tool, and I would say only if they're fully restructured and addressing the fundamental flaws I've outlined, then they need to have a full contextual analysis and effective stakeholder engagement. These are currently impossible in Xinjiang. The Langma audit had many flaws to it. First of all, the company had not even been trying to implement the standards, but there were a couple really just glaring errors, which I think is not only to the flaw of the auditor, but also to the phenomenal misconception of management of that facility. So management welcomes the auditors in and they say, okay, you can interview our workers confidentially. We won't be there. We will give you the corporate executive meeting room. Very nice. In fact, the audit goes on describing this triangular meeting room and everything. And then they say, and we'll let you live stream it so management can watch the interview from elsewhere. So they did interviews on site in executive offices with a translator, which I'm sorry, I disagree that translators can ever do as good of a job as actual people speaking with them. And they did it live stream. There was no confidentiality. The other really big flaw is they, on discrimination, they said, oh, there are no signals of discrimination. You know, this is the history of financial audits. Oh, we found no flaw, right? There's nothing more descriptive. But the truth is, on a social audit, in discrimination in a place where the context is endemic discrimination, you need to have broken out whose management. Are they Han people? Are they Uyghur people? What's the context of the workforce, and the management? So I think I'm almost out of time, and I should really just conclude by underlining the fact that social audits are in need of a deep reform. If not, they need to become different tools in terms of transparent, outcome-oriented reporting in the human rights due diligence context. But they also really cannot work in Xinjiang. None of this can work, even human rights due diligence, because of the current context. Companies need to stand up, and social auditing firms, I think, need to come with them and stand up to this deep, deep problem. I will say the Fair Labor Association has a statement on its website explaining the way that they will not allow audits in Xinjiang because of restricted access, unreliable information, and the lack of effective remediation procedures. The UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights calls for all companies to respect the rights of workers and ensure remedy, and for governments to protect the rights of workers. You have none of those three happening in Xinjiang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly, before we go to Samir, I should mention that for audience Q&A, it's going to be in written form. So if you have a question for us for the Q&A, which we're going to have after the last panelist, we have ushers going around. They're holding up their hands right now with cards and pens. And please do write down your questions for any of us up here. Thank you so much. Samir.
Thank you, Adrian, and Judy, thank you for that. Got a little spicy there, I appreciate it. And I think that's why we're lucky to have the UFLPA here in the US, because it's just assumed that if it's coming from that region, then it's going to be forced labor. So I appreciate that point. And Adrian, I really appreciate what you said this morning about how the rule of law is foundational to liberal democracies. And Judy, your point about The Uyghur people are victims of both communism and capitalism, and hopefully you can build off some of those points as well. As Adrian mentioned, and thank you again to the Foundation, thank you to Sirkin and Adrian for inviting me and GRC here. As Adrian mentioned, I'm Samir Goswami. I'm the Director of Forced Labor Programs at Global Rights Compliance. We're a Dutch-based nonprofit. There are about 200 of us around the world focusing on international human rights and development issues. I run a forced labor program that's funded by the State Department here from DC, and we focus on transnational crimes of forced labor, primarily in the Uyghur region. Back in June, we released a report called Risk at the Source, which focused on 4 critical minerals that are coming out of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region: magnesium, beryllium, titanium, and lithium. And I'll get into those in a second. Many of you probably don't think about magnesium, titanium, beryllium, and lithium, but I assure you that if you have a smartphone, if you have been in an electric vehicle, if you've flown a plane, you have come into contact with all of these minerals in your daily activities as well. We found the presence of these minerals in Western supply chains, in coffee mugs, in household components, electronics, et cetera. The report that we released back in June gained significant attention, including from the Chinese government, who I think within hours of releasing it, they'd announced it right away. So we did realize that we may have hit a nerve and that we're on the right track here. But let's also just start with some grounding, as these couple days have been. It's been well documented, but I think it's worth repeating what we've heard from research that's done, including by you, Dr. Zenz, and the courageous voices of Uyghur people. And we know about the forced sterilizations. We know about the torture and the forced family separations. We work very closely with Uyghur organizations, and one group we work very closely with is called Stop Uyghur Genocide. They're based in the UK, and their executive director is a woman named Rahima Mahmoud, and I met with her a couple weeks ago, and she has been exiled from the Uyghur region for, I think, a couple decades now, and had just learned about 2 months after it happened that her uncle, who was still in the Uyghur region, had passed away. And because of the communication blockades, because of the excommunication, really, of Uyghur diaspora communities, she didn't hear about this until, 40, 50 days afterwards. She also realized that she was very close to this uncle while growing up, but now had no contact with the family, was not able to mourn with her family members for the passing of her dear uncle. And I just want to contextualize that because that's what genocide does. It really robs you of your identity and your community ties as well. We also know about the re-education camps. Dr. Zenz talked very eloquently about that, where camps where Uyghurs are forced to work. Very interested in hearing about, Adrian, your new research coming out about how the labor camps and labor transfer system has expanded quite significantly. What we'd like to focus on, though, is the other side of that equation, the victims of capitalism side of the equation, and the companies that we mapped out that are connected, still connected to operations in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Our research found that 77 companies operating in the Uyghur Autonomous Region, and we found 15 companies outside that region that were directly sourcing from those entities. The rub is that we found 68 international customers of these Chinese suppliers. So just about 70 international customers of these Chinese suppliers. And of those 68 customers, these are brand names that you and I use every single day. They're Sherwin-Williams, Valspar, Walmart, Disney, Quaker Oats, Coca-Cola, Starbucks, Costa Coffee, Nescafe, things that we use every single day. This is, in the context of the UFLPA, one of the strongest standards out there as well. I also want to emphasize that we did not have access. We're a nonprofit. We didn't have access to any classified databases to do this research. We did open record searches to find this information. It took us about a couple of years to do so, or 18 months or so to produce this research. But we used open source intelligence for this. And I make that point because we're a nonprofit, a small nonprofit, doing this research in partnership with other researchers as well. But if you're a company and you're in the business of investigating your supply chain, because it's the right thing to do, but also because of the UFLPA and the strong international standards that we have, you should be doing this research every single day to find out what is your exposure to the Uyghur region of China and divesting from that almost automatically as well. Yet that is not happening. The Chinese government is doing a very good job of both obfuscating the supply chains. They're also doing a very good job of cracking down on any people raising awareness about the presence of forced labor in the Uyghur region. However, we also found that many of the sources that we looked at were Chinese Communist Party published documents. There are entities in the Uyghur region that own this production that are ending up in trade shows in Western markets as well. They're openly, and they have the name Xinjiang in their companies, and they're openly advertising this. This is how brazen the Chinese government has become as well. We found that these extractive companies in the region rely heavily on the state's labor transfer schemes, and now increasingly so with the Uyghur, the labor transfer program as well. And ultimately, these weak labor and environmental standards and opaque distribution systems all serve to artificially deflate the costs of goods made in the Uyghur region, creating an unfair playing field for legitimate businesses. And, you know, we talk a lot about, of course, the moral crisis that is and our support for the Uyghur people, because none of us believe in genocide, including our policymakers. But it's also an economic security crisis that disadvantages American businesses. This is something that, you know, Adrian mentioned the recent trade deals that we've heard about. Even the USTR mentioned that labor exploitation is a detriment to American businesses as well. Simply put, state-imposed forced labor is unlawful. It creates a race to the bottom and allowing the PRC to flood global markets with artificially cheap goods that undercut American businesses while tightening its control over minerals vital to aerospace, defense, consumer products, and other household technologies that we use every day. I have to say, though, that I think we've enabled this in the West to happen. I think the point was made by the keynote speaker earlier about how the Chinese government has developed an economic system where they exert a lot of power in the markets, and we've enabled that to happen. We've openly allowed American businesses to source from those regions as well. And now we need to do more to end that, and we can. So some of the recommendations that we have is, first of all, American businesses, European businesses, and others, we need to find alternative sources, period. And what we also need to do is reinvest in global labor programs. We have cut in the past few months $750 million in global labor programs. These are programs that American businesses relied upon for industries and emerging economies to develop fair labor standards, to develop industries with fair labor standards so that Americans could compete openly, American businesses could compete openly. And we have an opportunity now, as we're looking for alternative sources for critical minerals, to help develop those supply chains in developing economies as well. Secondly, we do this all the time. Our nonprofits focus quite a bit on engagement with businesses and other governments. The UFLPA is a global standard. It needs to be resourced. The Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force that coordinates the UFLPA needs to be resourced quite significantly. I think there's 150 or so entities on the list. There should be thousands and thousands of entities on the list. And that is a clear way for American businesses and other businesses to know who they should and who they should not be doing business with. So we need to really resource the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force and continue to highlight the UFLPA as a standard that other countries should adopt as well. Third, and I think to me personally, this is a very big motivating force, especially in the era of decreased development dollars, is government procurements. I was with USAID prior to joining Global Rights Compliance. I was in our management bureau, so I had oversight over compliance of our supply chains. And we did a couple of audits in our ICT supply chains, our information and technology supply chains, to see if there was anything coming into these US government supply chains from the Uyghur Autonomous Region. So I asked my team to do a quick audit. I thought for sure that they're going to come back with there's absolutely zero exposure that we have to the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. To my surprise, we didn't find definitive answers, but we found some exposure in the third and fourth tier of our supply chain, potentially to XUAR, which of course is a big problem for us. So we convened in the interagency on how to solve these issues, because it's not just our supply chain and one entity. If it's one US government that's procuring these goods, others are as well. But what I was pleasantly surprised when is as a buyer, we called in some of the large technology companies that we were buying from. we call them in as their buyers to say, hey, we found potential links. Show us your research. Show us how you are in compliance with the UFLPA. And I'll be honest, these companies, they responded quite quickly because they wanted to make sure that they weren't ostracizing a key customer as well. Pleasantly surprised because I've been an advocate most of my life, so it's great to actually have some power over some companies for a change. Fourth and lastly, we need to always listen to Uyghur-led groups and Uyghur diaspora communities. We try to do so at GRC. I know the U.S. government does a good job of inviting Uyghur diaspora groups to testify to Congress, et cetera. We must always be taking the lead from Uyghur diaspora groups as well. So thank you again for the invitation and look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you indeed. I think we've heard some very important things here. The focus on victims, the focus on workers, and we see that, at the end of the day, this is about the people who are affected, right? This is about the workers who are suffering. We see that there's a connection between an autocracy, but the autocracy is using those structures and using these corporations just like some of what we're seeing here, right? We are seeing some of that, and then Western companies being complicit in that. And I think you made a very valid point, Samir, about the resources that it takes, yet you as a nonprofit in 18 months were able to do due diligence. And one of the things that never fails to amaze me is whenever there's a report about Uyghur forced labor and supply chains, the report always uncovers something, right? And oftentimes implicated are big companies with billions of dollars who would have many more times the resources than us here, right? To conduct these investigations and to obtain even expensive trade intelligence or other data. We have a number of questions from the audience, but one of the questions that I would like to start out with here, Judy, you were involved in the SA 8000 development. You've talked about its intent, its shortcomings, yet its capabilities. It must sort of pain you when companies like Volkswagen or Del Monte, this was the other example, Del Monte replied to myself when I asked them about that they obtained. We had data that they got tomatoes from Xinjiang state-owned company, COFCO. And they replied saying, well, we have, COFCO has produced a SEDEX SMETA corporate audit, stating that they're free of forced labor and we will continue to source from them. Now, this is Del Monte based in Singapore, and then they have like a bifurcated supply chain, because they, the United States and the Europeans are now going to come eventually. Now, how do you think, Judy, we could get the audit standard setters? Like if the audit standard setters, that should be where the buck stops in terms of abuse. But no, their audits are being used and abused by companies such as Volkswagen, Del Monte, or others, and of course Chinese companies. How could we get these audit companies to make public statements to publicly ban the use of their audits or to come up with a different approach, whatever it might be?
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, SMETA, the whole origin of SEDEX was to align all the different audits that were happening. So in my experience, whenever you try and align business practices, you end up with the lowest common denominator. Not that I've looked at SEDEX in a while. So I think this idea of trying to go for a higher bar was what we set out to do with SA 8000, but the limitations of the structure became too problematic. What's happening right now in China is a lot of these auditing firms have a quality control problem. I would say that they have a significant quality control problem in China writ large. Since Xi Jinping, I really was involved both for Social Accountability International and for International Labor Rights Forum on doing a lot of worker training and being involved with workers who were beginning to organize on social media when it was still possible. That is no longer possible. So, as the whole Xinjiang case has come into public attention, there's a broader shutdown of worker rights from the progress that we had made. How you get the social auditors to make a public statement. So in 2020 in the Wall Street Journal, there's an article that references 5 social auditing firms that made a public statement. But currently today, I'm not finding those. They're sort of dancing around this fact. Maybe they think that they've already said it, but I don't think they've said it definitively and strongly enough. And it should come hand in hand with the companies that are using them, would be the other thing. So I can put a campaigner hat on. I think the combination of research showing how they've got a quality control problem in terms of the look-alike audits and the misnaming of them should be incentive enough. That would be the sort of soft approach of asking them to please come and clarify this quality control problem. But on the other side, there's just campaign tactics that would be needed.
I really had hoped to get MCI into more trouble here, but that didn't work out, so maybe next time. The ones who gave MSCI, I'm sorry, who gave Volkswagen, put on the red flag notice and then removed it because of Volkswagen's statement, and then because Volkswagen said that they had an audit, and that was enough for MSCI, the investment, who got the corporate social responsibility investment, who had a red flag on, and they removed it simply because of Volkswagen's statement.
Well, we could go down the track of campaign tactics, and probably the first one is to have the socially responsible investors do a letter. I believe when we started the Coalition to End Uyghur Forced Labor, we had the Interfaith Center for Corporate Responsibility doing a statement and doing a letter. So starting with the socially responsible investment firms and then going to others. But I think you raise a really good point. I mean, there's sort of the sit down and negotiate. There's the get their investors to pressure the companies to then have the companies pressure the social auditors. And then there's the public exposure. But right now, because all these audits are look-alike audits, we haven't had that smoking gun. And SEDEX doesn't certify. So SEDEX is like a reporting mechanism. And unless you're a company with membership, you don't have access.
And that's part of the problem, because I think, anybody can take and use, you call it a lookalike audit, but those who kind of use it for whatever purpose don't call it that way, right? So then the problem, and now SA 8000 has a list of auditors who are certified, listed on their website, and it's not a very big number. I think it's like 25 or 30, but it's used by hundreds, if not thousands, around the world without any certification, and yet using the good name, right? And I think this is what I really noticed, like when this came out in the German press, when the news broke, and then Volkswagen just dropped the word SA 8000, and all the Germans, and of course we are very, technology and elite abiding, and, we respect professionalism, and we're like, oh, okay, that's like, you get this effect. But in fact, as when the audit report came out, you saw what a dud it was. And yet they're able to use it that way.
Well, you might start with Chibo and Autoversan, which are some of the more upstanding companies that have been participating in the standard over the years. I mean, Autoversan was there from the beginning.
Okay. So we have some related questions here from the audience, and I'm going to combine some of them. They go along the lines of supply chains in China. Is it possible to manufacture in China with a guaranteed clean supply chain? Is the only solution complete avoidance of the market or decoupling? That's one of the questions. And I would say a related question is, to what extent can you use satellite imagery to identify some of these issues as part of open source, I guess, even part of auditing? Either panelist can respond.
It's going to be very simple about this. Avoid the Uyghur region, period. That's it. And then there is plenty of research to show where folks are being shipped around for the labor transfer program, and more research comes out every day. There are more due diligence companies that are starting to map this out as well. So there's like zero excuse for a company that's serious about its supply chain to not know if their suppliers are engaging in the labor transfer programs or in the Uyghur region itself. Again, we just did, it took us at USAID a day, maybe, and one analyst to go through all the public records that we had on our supply chain to find answers to this, and we were able to come up with enough to like give us pause and have conversations with our suppliers. But yes, I think satellite imagery and social media, et cetera, there are various tools out there that we can now more affordably access, and more importantly, companies can access to verify where the prison camps are, labor camps are, et cetera. But again, if you're in the U.S., you have to avoid the Uyghur region, period.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think concretely there are some things that we could do in terms of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. The list, the FLETA for the forced labor entities list, I think needs some updating. For example, I think a year ago, seafood processing was put on the list of high-risk industries because of the labor transfers and transferred Uyghur workers found in seafood processing facilities in China by the Outlaw Ocean Project. That did not then result in the companies being put on the entities list, which for folks, I think people are aware, but the forced labor entities list would then require those companies to use rebuttable presumption and prove in advance that their goods are not made in the Uyghur forced labor region or by Uyghur forced labor. So really getting more proactive about zeroing in on those companies would be the next step. I don't have anything to add, in total agreement with Samir on his comments to the question.
I think the one question was specifically like, can there be a clean Chinese supply chain, and said generally about the whole country? And so I guess the question was, to what extent is state-imposed forced labor and other labor issues in China so serious that can there be an audit? And I guess this wouldn't just have to be limited to China, but of course that's what we're kind of focusing on here. Do social audits or auditing have the capability of ascertaining, yes, we have a particular clean supply chain here that we can source from China, that we can say it's free from Uyghur forced labor, it's free from other forced labor, it's free from other abuses, and we can continue to source from that? Or are the limitations of the current auditing approaches or methodologies, of course, including in this kind of autocratic? Of course, we know in China we have the information law and the national security law, meaning any Chinese citizen is required to cooperate with the government, to inform, et cetera, et cetera. So from this kind of systemic perspective.
Yeah, okay. So I'm arguing that there are no clean social audits, and in most places, social audits are structurally flawed. What we're looking for is something that overcomes the confidential voluntary sidelining of workers' flaws. The way we've found to get around that is the co-governed agreements, worker-driven social responsibility, or what are called enforceable and binding agreements, where the buyer, the retailer or the brand, negotiates with the unions on the ground and internationally to come up with a system for doing human rights due diligence, transparent reporting, and managing grievances with worker representatives at the table. That would be a full restructuring. That, I would argue, would be impossible in the Xinjiang region, possible in China in certain contexts, but we would need to first get representative worker organizations to the table, and we're nowhere near that at the moment.
And Adrian, I'll just add to that. I'll give like a real world example of this. When we issued our report, I mentioned we had 68 or so international companies that we identified. We gave each one of them an opportunity to respond to our findings before we published. And we put their responses publicly available on our website, and very few responded. BASF, the German company, was one of them. And they simply said to us that we have conducted audits in the XU, they confirmed their presence in the region. And they said they had conducted audits and they were satisfied with the audit results. So naturally, we asked them, please share those audit results, because that would be great for us to see. And it was radio silent since then. So I think that's a question we should absolutely pose to the companies that say that they have clean supply chains coming from that region.
Yeah, and of course, we did the same in our report and got this very blatant response from Del Monte and so on. Well, we're at the end of time. Thank you so much. This is a fascinating conversation to be continued with massive systemic challenges, but a real opportunity to learn from your insights here.
Thank you very much. It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you for coming. Please join me.
Thank you, panelists and Dr. Zenz. Next, we have our second panel, which is the Countering PRC Aggression in an Era of Change. It will be moderated by Dr. Eric Patterson, with panelists Ambassador Sam Brownback, co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Summit, chairman of the National Committee for Religious Freedoms, Craig Singleton, Senior Director, China Program, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, and Andrea Yang, Deputy Representative, Taipei Economics and Cultural Representative Office.
Welcome back for our second panel today, Countering PRC Aggression in an Era of Change. Would you quickly find your seats? Again, my name is Eric Patterson. I serve as President and CEO of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and I'm delighted that you could join us for this 11th annual China Forum here at the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C. This panel is about the PRC's domestic human rights violations, its acts of transnational repression, and its expansionist ambitions. And really the fundamental question is, what is to be done? Now, we live in a time of dynamic change, not only when we think about Beijing's policies, how they've been quite clever and manipulative in the way that they've not only manufactured a surveillance state and a slave labor state at home, but in the ways that they've manipulated international relations abroad through carrots and sticks in a variety of ways. What is the international community to do? What is the U.S. to do? It's a dynamic environment as well, because just this year, we've had a pretty significant change at the White House and a change of focus and dynamism here in U.S. foreign policy. Today, we have three distinguished guests who will each speak for about 7 minutes, and then we'll move quickly to Q&A. So I'd ask you to fill out those cards during their presentation so that we'll move quickly to Q&A. Our first speaker will be Ambassador Sam Brownback. Many of you know Sam Brownback has had a distinguished career of public service, serving in state office in his native Kansas, serving as U.S. Senator and Governor in Kansas, and then ultimately as U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom. In recent years, he's also co-founded with Katrina Lantos Sweat the International Religious Freedom Summit, an annual event that brings together over 1,000 experts on religious freedom to Washington every February. Second, we'll hear from Craig Singleton, Senior Director of the China Program at the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Many of you know Craig as a longtime China hand, more than a decade of experience at the U.S. Department of State, and many years working as an author, strategist, and expert on emerging technologies like AI, how to think about the Indo-Pacific and China's military-civil fusion strategy. Today, he serves again as Senior Fellow and Senior Director for China at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. And then third, we'll hear from Andrea Yang, Deputy Representative from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office here in Washington. Andrea has had a distinguished career of public service on her own. She served as Deputy Secretary General and Acting Secretary General of Taiwan's Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP. She was also the former Director of Press and Information for the DPP, responsible for external communications. She's worked for the Ministry of Culture, the Bureau of Cultural Affairs, the Taiwanese Parliament, and the Office of the President. So a fantastic group that we have for you today. And let me turn it over straight to you, sir, Ambassador Brownback.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that very much. Delighted to have all of you here. I've worked with Eric over the years, and he and I years ago when we both had darker, more hair, were White House fellows in various administrations. So it's good to see you again, and also to see my co-chair, Katrina Lantos Sweat, and our faithful sidekick, Candace, with her as well here, that we push the religious freedom issues. Eric's very familiar with those, having worked at the Religious Freedom Institute for a while, and I hope you're familiar with them as well. Also, I want to just a quick shout out to Adrian Zenz. Dr. Zenz is the guy that first put me on what was taking place to the Uyghurs in the western part of China, and his work was absolutely groundbreaking. That he did. He uncovered what was taking place at the modern concentration camps and the surveillance states that the Chinese Communist Party was operating and perfecting, and then now we're seeing distributed to other dictators around the world. So he really deserves a great recognition there. China is at war with faith. It is a war they will not win. I first said those statements when I could still go to China in 2019. I'm banned there now. I deem that one of the greatest honors of my public career, that I was one of the people that they banned when we banned from coming here Chen Guangguo, who was the party secretary, chairman, first over Tibet and then over Xinjiang, that put all the surveillance technology and the oppression in place. And you've got to ask yourselves really why this is taking place. Why does China invest billions of dollars each year to oppress religion? And it's not just Christians and it's not just Muslims. It's everybody. It's everybody. It's Tibetan Buddhists, it's Falun Gong, and I would argue Falun Gong get the worst of all of it. As a domestic, indigenous religion, I put Falun Gong in the category of this is what Grandma taught us. She taught us this type of faith, and the people rapidly went to it, and it scared the Chinese Communist Party, and they thought we can't control these guys, we've got to kill them. Thus, you have 3 ongoing genocides in China right now of religious communities. The Tibetan Buddhists is certainly a cultural genocide, if it isn't a genocide regular from the start. The Uyghurs has been classified as a genocide, the Muslim Uyghurs, and it's really the Uyghurs aren't a problem, it's the Muslim in the Uyghur that is the problem. And they're fine with Uyghur culture, it's not the answering to a higher authority that Islam is. And then Falun Gong, who is, say, gets the hardest of all of it. Why are they doing this? The Chinese communists have to control people. And they find that the people that will stand up to them are people that are answering to a higher authority than the government. It's a very simple thing. It's a very clear problem that communism has had from its very outset. It's a very clear problem that communism has attacked from its very outset in most horrific, aggressive ways possible. I think then one of our clear responses to this should be is to back people of faith. For China, religious freedom is an existential threat. And here I'm quoting my co-chair and saying this. This is an existential threat to them. For us, it's a foundational principle. You can't operate a free and open democracy without having religious freedom with the people themselves, being able to do that. And so we should stand up for who we are, and we should stand up against what China is doing, and we should be doing it very clearly. Let me give you some quick examples of what we should do in the brief time that I have. Number one, within the last 2 weeks, the head of Zion Church was arrested. Ezra Mingri was arrested along with a number of other pastors in that network. These guys are hostages. This wasn't done just willy-nilly, and they just didn't find out about the Zion Church. The Chinese Communist Party has known about this group for some period of time, and I think in building up to the meeting between Xi and President Trump, what's taking place here is they're grabbing more trading material. These are hostages that they've taken. We should demand that they be released. We should stand up for these other faith communities and stand up with these other faith communities. We should stand up for and with the Tibetan Buddhists. The Secretary of State, the Vice President, the President should fly to see the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala, India, and meet with him and say, we want to stand with the Tibetan people. I think we should endorse the third way that the Tibetan Buddhists have put forward, where they would have an independent country within China. I don't think China is going to allow that, but I think we should stand up for it. I think we should stand up and advocate for the Uyghurs to be released from the forced labor camps that they are in. I think we should stand up for the Christians that are being captured, taken captive, put in horrific circumstances and conditions, and demand their release. And I think we should stand up for the Falun Gong. The writer and founder of Falun Gong, Li Hongzhu, has been, he lives in the United States now. He sought asylum here. I think people in the White House should meet with him and declare that they should have religious freedom. They should have it now. A final point on this, and And I could go on a long time. I've written a book on this, on China's war on faith. It will come out next year. I hope people follow it. This should move from being just a human rights issue to a national security issue for us, religious freedom. It is the most potent, powerful tool that we have. It stands for our basic values. It stands as a complete threat to the communist China. It is the most organized domestic group inside of China that could stand up to the regime, our people of faith. And they have been persecuted for decades. They have been slaughtered and killed for decades. The Chinese Communist Party has killed more of its own people than any other regime in the history of mankind, and nobody else is even close. And they have done this, and they've got 3 genocides going on now. What would be more important? The guy that was the head at one point in time for the Tibetans in exile once told me, he said, either the world will change China or China will change the world. And we are really at that kind of moment. Thank you.
Hard to follow that. No, good morning. It's an honor to be here. I want to start with a simple idea, and that's that Beijing's aggression is not improvised. It's orchestrated. We are witnessing a pretty methodical campaign today. I think it's economic, it's political, it's psychological, and it's designed to make coercion look like consensus and intimidation feel inevitable. China's goal, in my view, is not to burn down the international system. It's really to bend it slowly and silently, and in ways I think that feel very procedural rather than provocative. I think this playbook that we're seeing from the Chinese really centers around like the codification of coercion, and it's playing out today with the president's trip to Asia. Under Xi Jinping, coercion has become a system of governance. It has no longer been seen as a tactic of last resort. His concept of comprehensive national security fuses political control at home with economic leverage abroad. And what we're watching, I think, is a lot less about the export of communism and more the securitization of everything, from data to dissent, from supply chains to semiconductors. And domestically, that means, of course, we all know total surveillance, ideological enforcement, and the subordination of private enterprise to party priorities. But I think abroad, it means weaponizing interdependence. And that's turning the world's reliance on Chinese markets, minerals, and manufacturing into these instruments of political pressure. All that's to say that, in my view, coercion has become like a connective tissue between Xi Jinping's domestic priorities and China's international ambitions. And we've seen that when China decides to cut off rare earths and to halt shipments of products, or when they pressure European or American firms over Taiwan. That's not economic policy, it's foreign policy by other means. And I think that's why I call it like sort of the codification of coercion. It's incremental, it's deniable, and it's reversible, and that's what I think makes it so hard for all of us to deter. I think we find ourselves today in this new era of like mutually assured disruption. It's the economic analog to nuclear MAD, but with like a twist. Both Washington and Beijing seemingly believe that they have this power to upend the other's economic, technological, and information systems without firing a shot. And today, the Chinese are doing this through selective scarcity, withholding access to markets, materials, and data flows to induce hesitation abroad. But the United States thinks about selective exclusion, denying China critical chips and software and capital flows to slow its technological rise. Neither side is explicitly seeking the collapse of the other, but we're trying to be in this managed instability here. Beijing, I believe, wants to make uncertainty systemic, largely because they believe they can absorb pain more than we can. And by making the mere perception of risk, you can deter investment and erode confidence in open markets, which favors them. So when people ask me often, like, is China rising or declining or peaking? I often say that it's like the wrong question. Like, the better question is, how effectively is Beijing weaponizing this illusion of inevitability that we all face in all of our work? I think it was Eric that mentioned that we have a new, obviously, administration here, and that's changed the game. The policy here is evolving. We see something that's very transactional and a lot more muscular, sort of like a muscular realism. President Trump has been described as transactional, but one thing that he is not is an isolationist. He is an aggressive internationalist. We don't seem to be withdrawing from the world. We seem to be competing in almost every domain that's out there. I think he is very skeptical of institutions, but not of power itself. And he seems very comfortable using economic leverage as a substitute for what he perceives to be endless dialogue. Tariffs, export controls, outbound investment screening, which is included, by the way, in the NDAA. These aren't blunders. A lot of them are forcing mechanisms, and they compel others, including our allies, to reveal where they stand on key and core issues. We can debate the style all we want. I do it all the time. I think the substance reflects pretty hard-headed recognition that the contest with China is about consequences. And I think we're seeing that philosophy embedded in a lot of the administration's broader diplomacy. I would encourage folks to look at the free trade deals that were signed this week in Asia, all of which include forced labor provisions. They focus on funding, obviously, reductions in multilateral diplomacy and bodies, and this deliberate use of deal-making to impose discipline on the world. I think when we think about what's going to work in terms of countering Chinese aggression, you have to attack the architecture of coercion. The first is resilience over reaction. China's playbook depends on paralysis. It's this pause between perception and response. And I think the antidote is some predictability. Building in redundancies into supply chains and energy systems and data networks, that sort of ensures that coercion fails to deliver political results. Second is building coalitions over committees. Beijing loves to exploit bureaucratic delay. It fears functional coalitions that can act quickly. That's on export controls and sanctions and maritime patrols, forced labor protections. So I think small, agile groups are where we need to be, demonstrating that scale is a valuable tool when we have speed. The third is clarity over ambiguity. I think China thrives in the gray zone. Cyber intrusions and disinformation, maritime harassment, those all test us, but they don't really cross our thresholds. But there is a clarity of consequence that I think is really valuable, very visible and credible and collective, and I think that's sort of the best deterrent. And last, I think we really need to start to think about employing the private sector and the non-governmental actors into part of our national defense ecosystem. All of these firms, I think, are trying, the ones I advise at least, are trying to run away from great power competition, but I often sort of advise them that great power competition is gunning for them. I think forced labor sits at the center of that. So looking forward to the discussion and all the questions from today.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I remember back to 20 years ago when I was a university student, we studied about the rise of China, and we talk about whether China will rise peacefully. I even studied a book called, maybe many of you have read it as well, A Year Without China. It was more fashionable to talk about China's rise in the context of liberalism and constructivism. Turned out, I think China failed most of people's expectations. That's the China dream of our dream, our fantasy of having a peacefully raised China. I think we have now awakened from that after COVID-19 pandemic hit the world badly. That ultimately China is still a communist nature and a communist society. Taiwan has everything that CCP wants, except our freedom and liberty and democratic system. It is hard to wake up from the Chinese dream because Taiwan used to contribute at least 50% of China's direct investments. And we used to put more than 80% of our foreign direct investment in China. After COVID, now it dropped to less than 8%. I think the business people are sensitive about the changing political environment in China. Taiwan at the front line, we have encountered a lot of challenges from China directly. The 1996 missile crisis across Taiwan Strait, that was the first time that the Taiwanese people felt direct threat from China. So that military threat, when we look back, over the past 20 years, that China has collected the world's capital to go against the world. They have investments around the world, and this is really the first time, if you look back China's 5,000 years history, that they never had an ambition to go into the water. So even if there's no one lives in Taiwan, even Taiwan is a no-man island, China would still want it because it's a perfect military base for them to go to the Pacific. Their investment on military, the dramatically increased defense budget, it makes the world to raise our individual defense budget drastically ever since World War II. So that's the real threat that China is posing to the world. That's not just U.S. increased the budget, Australia, Japan, Korea, Vietnam, every single country that is facing a very dangerous moment. Of course, Taiwan also increased our budget in more than 80% over the past few years. And now we're aiming to increase our defense. President Lai has committed to increase our defense budget to 5% of our GDP by 2030. That's, if we have an option, I would rather put the money elsewhere in the cultural events, education events to nurture our society well. But I don't think we have an option. That inevitably that we all have to be more serious about China's aggression to the world. So I think the free world should move as one to counter China's aggression. That Xi Jinping has his own "Make China Great Again" dream. He wants to be the greatest Chinese leader in China's modern history. And that legacy would have to come from not just economic rapid development, not to mention after COVID-19 that China is suffering from its own economic downturn that would not come back anytime soon. But this is the time for our world to work together as one, the people who care about lives and care about freedom, care about democracy, that it is time to really look at China's true color and understand China really wants to replace U.S. to be the world's leadership. Anyone who still has the fantasy about China, it's okay, but then we have to be prepared for the worst scenario. So the reason, I think the U.S. support for Taiwan is still very solid and strong, but there are reasons some weird articles talk about Taiwan abandonment, that Taiwan is not worth for defense, Taiwan is worthless. That kind of narratives are just very, very dodgy because there's not to mention those arguments are not valid enough to talk about the geopolitical real situation and China's real intentions. But it always comes out with a very funny time out of nowhere, criticize Taiwan being provocative when we are not. And then the small articles in the US would go viral back home in Taiwan. So all this information manipulation is an ongoing situation. That China is, like Craig says, and also a psychological game. China is playing in our minds. So we have to stay strong and brave and also wise, smart enough to look at China's real intentions in each single one of their moves. They want the world, and they want to be the the greatest power in the world. I don't think, I have no question or no doubt about that by far. So when look back 20 years ago when we talk about China, whether China will rise peacefully, I think the answer is actually quite clear. When you look at their defense budget, which we look at least 36 billion by 2030. So looking at the figure, I hope we can at least see some real intentions, and otherwise I have no explanation of that budget. Thank you.
Well, we already have quite a number of questions from the audience. And so let me throw one to all three of the panelists. And it really has to do with various elements of civil society and the private sector. One of the questions asks the question for Ambassador Brownback, how can we support human rights groups and particularly religious groups on the ground in China and yet minimize the narrative that where China, the PRC, demonizes religion and religious groups, religious minorities as foreign elements that are undermining the country. Tied to that, very similarly, is a question about what needs to be done here in the United States, and maybe any of you can talk about this. What needs to happen here in the United States to raise public awareness, public opinion, public support for actually robust action by public officials? And the implication is that, frankly, low-cost goods, watching the World Series, et cetera, that there's a lot of reasons that the American people are not paying attention or are distracted and not putting the pressure on our political leaders. Maybe we'll start with Sam and just move right down.
I always laugh anymore when they say these are foreign religions. The real carpetbagger in China is communism. Communism was developed in the European industrial age and goes over to, it's the one that doesn't fit. If you want to get authentic China, do what the Falun Gong want. They just want to take it back to a cultural civilization that China was for thousands of years. If you want to get rid of carpetbaggers, do that. And so that one just is such a canard. It's just such a lie. But they continue to hoist it, I guess, to try to convince the Chinese people or that this is the only answer that they've got. Clearly, I think we should be meeting with these religious leaders to support them. I think we should, as I mentioned, we should meet with the founder of Falun Gong in the White House, Li Hongzhu, invite him, say, look, we just want to recognize this. Meet with the Dalai Lama. The president, the vice president, secretary of state, endorse his third way, meet with these Christians, bring a group of people that have been persecuted for their faith into the White House and have President Trump meet with them and just have them tell their stories. And then I would take that troop on tour in Europe and have them just tell their stories. This is what's happened to us and what has happened over decades. And why? Because they have to suppress the religious people, and the religious people are the first ones they'll attack, and they'll be the last ones left standing.
I would just add onto that, and I fully agree there. One of the key challenges, of course, is that our media and information environment has changed so dramatically in the last few years. I'm not sure that civil society is really meeting people where they are. I think so much of it still feels very top-down and not bottom-up. And I do think that there's a real gap in exploiting particular communities on social media and on those platforms with the right influencers that, to, I think, Ambassador Brownback's point, create awareness and knowledge that gets directly into the Oval Office. We've seen this on other issues that are not related to China. And once typically the president and some of his sort of advisors become aware of the political dimension here, it becomes a high priority. And it's been done on a personalized basis with individuals. For example, the president's going to raise Jimmy Lai's detention today in Busan with President Xi Jinping, or Chinese leader Xi Jinping, I should say. But again, I think normalizing these phrases, these words, these individuals, and these circumstances to a much smaller constituency of decision makers in the White House, as opposed to perhaps the prior administration, where you felt as if there were lots of touch points and policy could be top down. I think we need to be thinking very, very differently about employing discourse power, and also thinking a lot about employing social media and influencers in ways that, frankly, civil society has not done well outside of a few niche areas.
I think there should be more discussions on the real situations now in China, because I think we used to talk about that a lot back in few years ago, but it became like a taboo that you don't criticize China, and you do not talk about their aggressions or how many people they kill because of the suppression of freedom and religions. That would be more important to talk about, not just in the U.S., but also in all democratic countries, that we look at China's real situation in terms of how aggressive they are suppressing people's beliefs. And you look at Hong Kong, is a perfect example. It used to be such a free world, and now the implementation of one country system has made Hong Kong a very scary place now. So I think by talking about like now this forum, that to increase the awareness and the visibility of China's real problems, instead of just focusing on China's economic issues, I think that would help a lot to rebuild and restore the value system that we truly believe in worldwide.
There's quite a few questions that have to do with the private sector, and I think, Craig, you kind of shook the tree in a sense by emphasizing that the private sector has a role here. So I want to open this to any of you, but start with Craig. One of the representative questions is, what does involving the private sector, et cetera, look like when it comes to media or reshoring away from China? And there's a side question. Are there lessons from Taiwan or from other countries that we could be learning from?
You know, they're great questions, and increasingly, I think for many years, right, the private sector sort of tried to stay out of this conversation. They were deeply exposed to supply chains in China, very concerned about retribution, and I think understandably so. We have seen a pretty marked shift, I think, especially in the defense tech space in particular, where now entrepreneurs see money to be made in being anti-China and to shift supply chains elsewhere, particularly here in the United States. And that's a sentiment that I think lots of businesses want to tap into, and whether it provides them both with the business case that they need to make those very sometimes painful shifts, but also tapping into American dynamism in the current political moment and the ability to stand up, I think, for underrepresented groups and to sort of separate themselves from what they see as Chinese coercion. That's something that they can sell. They can sell to investors. They can sell in boardrooms. I think they can increasingly sell publicly. And I often say that China is its own worst enemy. And I think Chinese behavior and Chinese actions have led most companies to recognize that they can't be reliant on the Chinese for supply chains. China is increasingly not viewed as a viable market for growth, primarily because of China's economic model. And so they are increasingly thinking about ex-China or China ex supply chains and opportunities for growth across the board. And so I think there's increasingly a business case for this. When you can provide sort of like the moral clarity that comes with this, I think you can pull more CEOs on board.
Do you want to talk about Taiwan, since you are also an expert? Thank you. Taiwan is definitely a ground zero when it comes to private sector's investments. I mean, we were the first country to went into China after the 1989. But I mentioned before that we used to put 80% of our foreign direct investment in China, but now it's dropped to below 8%. Now, that indicator it really shows how big of a change the Chinese market has become. That business people are very difficult to talk to. I mean, they find their business opportunities. They do their best profitable calculations. But our government had what we call new southbound policy, that we try to pull the business to Southeast Asian countries. And there's a lot of policy incentives and also a lot of measures to encourage our business to go invest in particular Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines. And now that the government has to do this in a very smart way, of course, there's going to be a lot of you got to design some sort of system to shift that drive. I think it works that you work, for example, the government would have to work with the Vietnamese government on the regulation to also provide our experiences for them. What would make your country a business attraction and investment destination? That's a mutual bilateral sort of engagements that we can come up with to help, because with private sectors and business leaders, you don't tell them, don't invest in China, put your money elsewhere, and period. That's not going to happen. So there's a long-term policy for that. But as Craig also mentioned, that China is its worst enemy. After COVID-19 pandemic, everything has changed. It's become very tough to do business in China. So people moved out of that naturally and automatically. Sometimes they had to abandon their factories and all their capitals. So that's how bad it was like. But I think the global supply chain, I mean, now we also have a different global challenge and different scales of investigations. That is also some of the measures I think work. For example, a lot of our businesses are now moving to the US. That's the de-risk and also to help people back in Taiwan find more opportunities around the globe. The government's policies and redesign of the system would be crucial to help the business people to have their business secure in a changing world. But China is no longer a desirable destination, at least so far. But when China's economy comes back, we might have a different situation to face.
If the business leaders didn't see the meeting 2 months ago, we should flash a picture to them. There was a Davos of dictators in Beijing when they had the military parade that Xi Jinping hosted, 16 dictators around the world. If that brought up images to me of pre-World War II of what was taking place, when you were seeing the world crack apart. Here, I mean, this thing was scary, was concerning to me. And you're seeing the world break into two economic spheres, and you're going to be with the dictators or you're going to be with the free people. Is what's going to take place. And I would hope the business leaders would say, well, we're all with the free people. And I hope most of them would.
So last question for the group, and one of the questions that has arisen both last night and then was brought up by our opening speaker today, where he talked about a Marxist ideology and a Leninist kind of strategic set of operations that are characteristic of the current CCP. So the question is simply, what about undermining the CCP? When we think about its chief ideologue is President Xi, when we think that it really is a Marxist-Leninist ideology that's driving part of the way that it understands the world and the way that it behaves, are there mechanisms, do you have recommendations for, is there a way to get at that? Not just economic competition, not thinking about military competition, but is there a way to get at the party itself and its justification for its existence? Anyone? Everyone?
This is comparative. The Chinese say that we are a declining power and that they're a rising power. So our task is to refute that. We have to show that our model is more resilient, that repression leads to economic downturn, that we are dynamic, that we can be resilient. I don't think that human rights and free markets and civil liberties, these are not just like ornaments of power. I actually think they're multipliers of it. I think we have to remember that as we talk about these two competing models. But increasingly, it's easy to compare Chinese economic growth and power projection with ours. And I think the ambassador's right. This growing axis of authoritarians is quite concerning. It's rooted in a mutual loathing of the United States, though. I don't think it's rooted in shared values per se. And I don't think it's, or shared interests, I should say, and I'm not convinced that it can compete against allied scale, which is all of the other democracies or free markets operating together in principle and developing safe, sustainable, and trusted supply chains. And I think that's where our advantage is. And the Chinese can sell all the EVs they want to parts of Africa if they think they can out-replicate the US and the European model or the Japanese market. I think they'll be really surprised. And so that allied scale construct is one that I think we need to be leaning into a lot more.
I think I've got my Ronald Reagan socks on today, and I want to quote Ronald Reagan, "We win, they lose." I think we have to be very clear. These are competing systems that are diametrically opposed to each other. We were hoping for years that China was going to evolve into an open, democratic, capitalistic system. We were. I was. It didn't happen. Xi is Mao reincarnated. Maybe he does believe in Buddhism. But this is just, we cannot have that sort of competition ideologically in this interconnected world today. And I think we have to stand up and confront them on basic values issues of what we stand for versus what they stand for.
Thank you. I agree with most of the comments about the questions. But I think China is just a country that we should stop our fantasies on, and to look at China's the true situation now in China, I think is crucial. The competition between U.S. and a free world and a communist world, I think we would all agree that it would be hazardous to make China prevail in the international arena. So we should also look at the functions of the international organizations and how China is taking dominance in United Nations and WHO and all these important international organizations. That we should not let China politicalize these places and become dominant powers.
Well, you've heard from some of our foremost experts on ways of thinking about this as a multidimensional conflict. It's not something that's simply economic. It's not something that's simply political. It's not something that is only about the United States, but it's about the entire system of Western values and way of life. In other words, our lives, our livelihoods, our way of life. But you've heard a lot of good news as well, that the problems are identified, that we've seen time and again that there's resilience in democratic and free market systems because they're based on the truths about the human person and the dignity of the individual human persons. It does seem like we're in a time that's fraught. It's a time where it's uncertain about how things will happen in the future, in particular due to the ruthlessness of the PRC and the people who work for it. And yet at the same time, I think we've had a call from each of these three to be resolute that this is not that this game is not done, that there's a lot of energy and opportunity left for the West and for our allies. Would you help me in thanking our panel?
To have her here today. A native Cuban, former U.S. House of Representatives, Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen served for almost 3 decades representing diverse areas in South Florida. She was the chairwoman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa. In these roles, she led on pressing foreign policy issues, including championing the advancement of freedom and democracy for all, fighting Islamist extremism, supporting free trade agreements with Colombia, Panama, and South Korea, and imposing sanctions on human rights violators in Venezuela. Her record over nearly 4 decades of public service includes fighting against tyranny and oppression, particularly in her native homeland of Cuba, as well as working diligently to support and strengthen the U.S.-Israel strategic partnership. Ileana holds multiple education degrees, including a doctorate from the University of Miami, master's and bachelor's degrees from Florida International University, and an associate degree from Miami-Dade College. She began her career as a Florida certified teacher, and then founded and served as the principal of a private bilingual elementary school. She was the first Hispanic woman elected to Congress, as well as to the state of Florida's House of Representatives and Senate. She is married to Dexter, former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, and a decorated combat veteran. They have 4 adult children and 9 grandchildren. Woo! Please help me welcome my friend and our VOC ally, Ileana.
Thank you. Yep, she saved the best part for last. 9 grandkids. I'm competing with you. Well, thank you so much. That was an amazing panel, was it not? Let's give them another hand if they're still around. Good morning, buenos días, y muchas gracias. I want to start by thanking this organization, the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, for organizing this forum. What you do here, preserving the truth, giving voice to survivors, fighting for those who cannot fight for themselves, this is essential work. Never stop doing it. Now I want to tell you a little something personal, something about me. I was 8 years old, as you heard, when my family had to flee communist Cuba. My father had been active in the Christian Democratic movement, opposing Castro, and when the regime tightened its grip, we had no choice. We packed what we could carry, each with one little bag, and left everything else behind. Our home, our extended family, the only life we had ever known. I still remember sitting on that plane, not really understanding what was happening, but feeling my mother's hand gripping mine. That fear, that uncertainty, it stays with you. But here's what else stays with you: gratitude. Gratitude for a country that took us in, gratitude for freedom we never took for granted again, and a sense of responsibility to fight for those still living under that boot of tyranny. And that's why I'm here with you today. Because the fight for freedom did not end when my family reached Miami, and it will not end until every person living under communist oppression breathes free. And as we know, right now, the greatest threat to freedom in the world comes from the Chinese Communist Party. Let me be clear about what we're facing. The CCP isn't just another authoritarian regime keeping a lid on dissent within its borders. It's an expansionist force trying to remake the entire international order to suit its interests, where might makes right, where sovereignty means nothing, and where human rights are bargaining chips. Look at what they have done. Millions of Uyghur Muslims imprisoned in concentration camps. forced sterilization, forced labor, families torn apart. This is a mass atrocity, plain and simple. In Hong Kong, a thriving democracy crushed overnight. The national security law turned basic freedoms into crimes. People jailed for holding up blank pieces of paper. Journalists arrested for doing their jobs. In Tibet, systematic destruction of Buddhist monasteries, forced assimilation, and the imprisonment of anyone who dares speak their own language or practice their faith freely. And then there's the surveillance state, cameras on every corner, social credit scores controlling who can travel, who can get jobs, algorithms tracking every word you type. Imagine living like that. Imagine your children growing up in that world. Consider Xi Jinping's 7 no's or 7 perils, which is official Chinese Communist Party policy, and which every Chinese citizen is expected to know by heart. No universal values, no press freedom, no civil society, no citizens' rights, no discussion of the party's historical aberrations, no privileged capitalist class, no independent judiciary. But here's the thing that should worry all of us. Beijing's ambitions are not limited to China's borders. They export surveillance technology to dictators around the world. They use economic coercion, dangling access to their massive market to silence critics in democracies. They plant disinformation campaigns to divide us. They buy influence in international organizations to rewrite the rules. And for too many years, we in the West told ourselves a comforting lie. Sam Brownback was talking about it, that if we just engaged with China economically, if we brought them into the global trading system, they would gradually liberalize, that trade would lead to freedom. Well, we were wrong, dead wrong. Instead, the CCP used our openness to strengthen its repression. It got richer, more powerful, more aggressive, and ordinary Chinese citizens paid the price. When I was in Congress, I made it my mission, along with your dad, the incredible Tom Lantos. Let's give it up for Congressman Tom Lantos. We worked to ensure that America's China policy was driven by our values, not by corporate profit margins. And I'm proud to say that this was never a partisan issue. Republicans and Democrats, we stood together because the moral urgency was obvious. I introduced the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act long before the 2019 protests made Hong Kong a household name. That early version helped lay the groundwork for the law that eventually passed with overwhelming bipartisan support. We gave the United States the tools to hold Chinese and Hong Kong officials accountable when they trampled on basic freedoms. I was a proud co-sponsor of the global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act. This was revolutionary. It gave us the power to impose targeted sanctions, visa bans, and asset freezes on human rights abusers anywhere in the world, including China. No longer could these officials hide behind diplomatic immunity while destroying lives. When we passed H.R. 343, condemning the forced organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners and other prisoners of conscience, The vote wasn't even close. This was Congress speaking with one voice. What the CCP is doing is barbaric, we said, and we won't look away. I also stood with the people of Tibet, demanding their right to self-determination and religious freedom. I fought for dissidents like Chen Huangcheng, the blind activist who exposed forced abortions under China's one-child policy, and then dramatically escaped house arrest. These weren't abstract policy debates to me. These were real people whose courage demanded our support. And I used every platform I had, hearings, floor speeches, press conferences, to speak for those who could not speak for themselves. The journalists in Chinese prisons, the mothers who did not know if their children were even alive, the democracy activists in Hong Kong facing decades behind bars for the crime of believing in freedom. None of this would have been possible without bipartisan cooperation. I served with incredible colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The amazing chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Tom Lantos, one of whose daughters is here today. Stand up. What an amazing freedom fighter. She continues fighting in his name and in her mother's name, because her mom was also a force of nature. Elliot Engel, who is still with us today, although in declining health. Steve Shabbat, Chris Smith, Enai Falomavega, Don Manzullo. We did not agree on everything, but we agreed on this. America stands for something. And when authoritarian regimes crush human dignity, we have a moral obligation to speak up. Even when different administrations had different priorities, and it happened, even when some officials in the executive branch worried about upsetting Beijing or rocking the boat, Congress held the line. That bipartisan consensus is, if they can make us question our own values, if they can get us fighting each other instead of standing together, then they win. We can't let that happen. Let me talk about Taiwan for a moment, because Taiwan's story has always inspired me. I often describe Taiwan as a beacon of freedom. And you know why? Because Taiwan proves that democracy isn't just for the West. It's not a Western invention that doesn't translate to other cultures. That's nonsense. And Taiwan is the proof. Over decades, Taiwan evolved into a thriving, pluralistic democracy. Multiple presidential elections, peaceful transfers of power. We just had one between different political parties, a free press, civil society, the rule of law, the entire menu. Sounds familiar? That's exactly what we hope will happen in my native homeland of Cuba one day. I pray that it will. And it's what we dream for all nations still under the thumb of dictators. During my time in Congress, I worked hard to strengthen the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. I supported arms sales, including those F-16 fighter jets that Taiwan needed to defend itself. I fought for Taiwan's participation in international organizations like the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization. How absurd is it that a democratic nation of 23 million people can't contribute to global health or aviation safety because Beijing would throw a tantrum? I pushed for legislation like the Taiwan Travel Act, which allowed high-level officials from both of our governments to visit each other. What a concept. Common sense, right? But Beijing hated it. In 2018, President Tsai honored me with the Order of Propitious Clouds. That ceremony in Taipei, I'll never forget it. It wasn't about me. It was about a message that there are Americans who will never abandon Taiwan, who understand what is at stake, who know that if we let freedom fall there, we've betrayed everything we claim to stand for here. Taiwan matters because it shows what a free China could look like. And that's exactly why Beijing is so threatened by it. We have to be clear-eyed about how the CCP operates. They don't just rely on military might. They're sophisticated. They use economic coercion, threatening to shut companies out of their market if they support Taiwan or if they criticize human rights abuses. They infiltrate universities and think tanks, funding research that paints them in a favorable light while silencing critics. They push propaganda through the Confucius Institutes. We even had one for a while in Miami, a community that understands what communism is all about. They were funding the Confucius Institute and other cultural exchange programs, propaganda. And here's something that should alarm every American. Our own investment dollars, often from pension funds and retirement accounts, are flowing into Chinese companies, complicit in repression, companies that build surveillance systems, companies that operate using forced labor. Meanwhile, American technology has helped build the infrastructure of China's surveillance state. Silicon Valley sold them the tools, and Beijing used them to create the most sophisticated authoritarian system in human history. We cannot keep doing this. There's no such thing as morally neutral engagement, not with a regime running concentration camps. So what do we do now? How do we confront this challenge? First, we maintain bipartisan unity. This cannot become another partisan wedge issue. Tom Lantos and I understood this. When human rights are on the line, Democrats and Republicans need to stand together, period. Second, we need to fully enforce the tools we already have. The Magnitsky Act isn't decorative. Use it. Sanction every CCP official involved in genocide, in crushing Hong Kong, in persecuting religious believers. Make them pay a price. Third, we end American complicity. No more U.S. investment in companies using forced labor or building surveillance systems. No more technology exports that help Beijing oppress its people. If you're in business with genocide, you're in the wrong business. Fourth, we support dissidents, we support civil society. Those brave souls inside China, risking everything for a better future, they need our help. Amplify their voices, defend their families, give them refuge when they escape. Fund independent media that can break through the Great Firewall and reach ordinary Chinese citizens with the truth that their government, that their regime fears so much. And fifth, we remember what this is really all about. It's not about the great power competition or economic rivalry. It's about human beings, mothers and fathers who want better lives for their children, young people who dream of living in a country where they can speak freely, believers who want to pray without fear. That's what we're fighting for. I told you at the start that I'm a Cuban American, proudly so, a child of exile, and I want to end where I began. I know what it's like to live in the shadow of communism. I know the silence that follows when dissidents are crushed. I know the pain of separation from loved ones who could not escape, but I also know the power of hope. Hope is what kept my father fighting for Cuba's freedom from exile, writing books, organizing resistance movements, never giving up, even when it seemed impossible. Hope is what drives a dissident to write another essay, even knowing that it will mean prison. Hope is what moves a mother in China to whisper her children's names in prayer, trusting that someone somewhere remembers that they exist. Hope is what inspired those young people in Hong Kong to flood the streets, chanting for democracy, refusing to accept that their future had been stolen. Hope is what brought protesters to Tiananmen Square in 1989, only to be attacked by the tanks and gunfire of the People's Liberation Army. That hope exists in China today, and it will not die. Our job as Americans, as people who've tasted freedom, as members of a human family, is to stand with those who still live in darkness. To say to every victim of communism everywhere, you are not forgotten. You are not alone. Your courage inspires us, and we will never, ever stop fighting for your freedom. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Salud. Sam Brownback, it's good to see you, amigo. Thank you. On to lunch. Thank you.
That was an absolute treat. And now we are going to break for lunch. Just to give a little bit of logistical heads up, you are welcome to sit at any table except for the ones that have a reserved sign on them. So with that, thank you all and enjoy lunch. take your seats. We are going to resume the program for the afternoon session. You good? Welcome back, and please don't be shy to sit up front. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I hope it was delicious. I'm sure it was. So I would like to introduce our next speaker. Again, does not need an introduction because she knows everyone and everyone knows her. And we are just so delighted to have her part of the VOC family. Dr. Katrina Lantos Sweat serves as the president of the Lantos Foundation for Human Rights and Justice. It was established in 2008 to continue the legacy of her father, the late Congressman Tom Lantos, who served as chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and was the only Holocaust survivor ever elected to Congress. Under her leadership, the Lantos Foundation has become a distinguished and respected voice on key human rights concerns, ranging from advancing rule of law and freedom of religion and belief globally, to fighting for the internet freedom in closed societies, to combating the persistent and growing threat of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. Dr. Lantos Sweat is the former chair and vice chair of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom and teaches human rights and American foreign policy at Tufts University. She currently serves as co-chair of the board of the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea and the Budapest-based Tom Lantos Institute. Dr. Lantos Sweat also serves on the advisory board of UN Watch, the annual Anne Frank Award and Lecture, and the Warren B. Rudman Center for Justice, Leadership and Public Policy. She serves as co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Summit, which is an inaugural gathering in 2021. And with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Lantos Sweat.
Thank you so much for that generous introduction. It is a great pleasure for me to be here with all of you today. And I have to say that I felt so inspired by the speakers who preceded me. I am sure you all agree with me that Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen was absolutely fabulous, as was, yay, I don't know if she's still here, as was my dear friend and partner in the annual International Religious Freedom Summit, Ambassador Sam Brownback. It's been a great privilege to work alongside him. And it's interesting because I think you'll find that the remarks that I intend to share today in many ways are not directed at this audience, but directed at a broader problem I see in the community around us. And so I hope that you will find some value, because up until now, today, we have been talking about, underscoring, reciting the rather substantial litany of reasons why it is that China must be confronted on so many fronts, the threat that it poses on so many fronts. Obviously, it's rampant abuse of fundamental human rights, religious freedom, the suppression of whole communities, to say nothing, of course, of their threats militarily and in other ways. And we have no doubt about the urgency of that task. But I think we have to ask ourselves a question, and that's what I would like to do now. And that is, are we equipped to meet this challenge of confronting China? Do we have the moral robustness to meet this very, very serious threat? We are meeting at a time of almost unavoidable distress and disquiet in our country. Nearly every day, we are being confronted by terrible tragedies, often with stomach-churning and vivid detail. A few weeks ago, there was the assassination of a young political leader, Charlie Kirk. We read of the murder of innocent school children during a mass at a church, a Catholic church in Minneapolis. Not that long ago, there was the murder of a beautiful young engaged couple they're both Israeli embassy staffers who were killed outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, right here in DC, not far from where we are today. There was a brutal stabbing, again, very, very recently, leading to the death of a young Ukrainian refugee woman randomly on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. And just a couple of weeks ago, there was a targeted arson and shooting attack at a Latter-day Saint congregation that left 4 people dead and others wounded. These terrible events piling up one on top of another are, of course, upsetting and very, very terrible in and of themselves. But at a deeper level, they seem to embody a growing nihilism that I believe has taken hold in parts of our society. Nihilism, of course, is the really awful belief that life is without any meaning or purpose, no intrinsic value. Some people split it into 2 varieties: moral nihilism, a world in which there is no such thing as objective right and wrong, and existential nihilism. In other words, no meaning to life itself. And probably both of those are afflicting our communities to some degree. So what is the result of this spirit of nihilism? It's often despair, disillusionment, a kind of feeling of moral disintegration for individuals. And for society, there's this uneasy feeling of disorder and, of course, division and suspicion. I can't help but be reminded of the brilliant Yeats poem, The Second Coming, in which he wrote, "Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity." My question for each of us, and as I say, your presence here indicates what I'm describing does not apply to anyone here, but my question for us today is, how can a society that is grappling with a growing spirit of nihilism hope to confront the alarming abuses that we see being suffered by community after community in China in particular. I would suggest, and you may have gathered from my resume, chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom and co-chair with Ambassador Brownback of the annual Earth Summit. So this may not come as a surprise, but I would suggest that the counterattack has to begin with embracing, with renewed conviction, the proposition that lies at the heart of the entire architecture of the human rights movement, namely the foundational belief that we all possess a profound and inherent dignity. If I can quote for a moment the opening words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in the preamble it says, "Whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." And from there, in a bunch of whereas clauses, it goes on to lay out the fundamental premise behind this whole notion of a universal declaration of human rights. Now, what is fascinating about the Universal Declaration is that it does not anywhere actually define this all-important inherent dignity and where it comes from. It's sort of been a stumbling block in many ways for scholars and lawyers and jurists and politicians, because the whole thing is premised on this notion, and yet they haven't quite been able to define it. And yet I would say that for people of faith, and I think of these heroic faith communities in China, the answer is found in the conviction that humanity is made in the image of God. It is this reflection of the divine image of the Creator, the Imago Dei, that gives each human being their inherent dignity. This is, of course, such an ennobling belief about spiritual identity and inherent dignity of the human race, and I believe that it can be the beginning of the most powerful antidote to some of this despair and division that I've spoken about. Now, I think there may be some signs of hope in this somewhat gloomy picture. There's been a lot of talk about a resurgence of conviction and seeking after fundamental and profound truths. And it's particularly encouraging to me that a lot of this seems to be happening among the younger generations. So there is something hopeful, I think, to look for. But the next question I have for us today is, how do we take our conviction about right and wrong, good and evil, and translate it into action? Well, obviously we know that it requires moral courage. The kind of courage showed by so many individuals, both people from faith communities, the sorts of groups that Ambassador Brownback spoke about, democracy activists, free speech activists in China. How do we find that courage? I appreciate the writings of the Dutch historian Rutger Bregman, who has studied this rare but necessary quality that enables some people to overcome the natural fear that we all contend with. Bregman has concluded that the essential ingredient that creates moral courage is what he calls moral ambition. High and noble values wedded to ambition, a determination to do something, to accomplish a desired goal, not just to hold the ideals and hold the convictions, but to do something about it. It's sort of an opposites attract marriage of beautiful ideals with the pragmatism and toughness of an entrepreneur. To illustrate this, Bregman references a photo from the 1930s. It is a picture of workers at a Nazi shipbuilding factory in which hundreds, if not thousands of them, are all standing together giving the infamous Nazi salute. All except one. In the middle of the throng, there is one man, quietly defiant, with his arms crossed, refusing to go along. That story reminds me of a young boy who I didn't know as a young boy, but who would become my father one day, who was taken to a slave labor camp outside of Budapest, along with all the other Jewish boys from his neighborhood. And for some reason, the commandant in charge of their particular barracks decided he was going to burnish his reputation by compelling all of these Jewish boys to get baptized. Now, they were frightened, they were alone, they were terrified. And so all of them did, all except two, my father and his best friend. They were beaten very badly for their refusal to go along. But as I look back, as I try to imagine where my father found the courage to say no and to stand up for who he was in a circumstance where everything was at risk, I think it had to do with a kind of moral ambition that he had. He was not going to have his identity overridden in that way. And of course, both of these stories remind me of a powerful image of quiet defiance, the famous tank man of Tiananmen Square. None of us can ever forget the image of that lone man quietly, bravely defying the tanks. He had moral ambition, and we need it as well. You know, I was talking earlier over lunch and just bemoaning with some of my fellow summit attenders how many things in some ways seem to be going wrong. We are in a time of great division and stress in our country, of great uncertainty and disruption in the world. And as I say, a time where we see demonstrations of this kind of moral nihilism around us. And someone said, well, how do you feel? What do you see for the future? And my response was, I have no choice, of course, but to be an optimist. My father, who I've referenced already several times, had lived through the very, very worst that humankind was capable of inflicting on one another. And yet, he remained one of the most profoundly optimistic men I have ever known. And whenever I would be dismayed, discouraged, ready to give up by some small challenge in my life, he would say to me in his inimitable Hungarian accent, he would say, "Oh, darling, don't worry. We are just bending a windy corner of history. But right around this corner will be bright blue skies and wonderful possibilities." I believe with all my heart, we are bending a windy corner of history. But if we can find our moral courage and our moral ambition, we will find that around the corner, indeed, are bright blue skies and wonderful possibilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lantos Sweat. It's always a pleasure to hear from you and always a pleasure to see you with your optimism. And we need more of that in our lives. So next, I would like to introduce our interview with Dr. Frank Diktter, who is the Malleus Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institute at Stanford University and is the chair professor at University of Hong Kong, and Dr. Adrian Zenz.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, and welcome to the first interview of today. We have 2 interviews, and this is not just with anybody, but with a very, very unique person who has shed a lot of light on the country that we're focusing on today. Frank Diktter, and as a German, I have the privilege of being able to pronounce umlauts. He is the Miller Senior Fellow at Hoover, published a dozen books and over 65 refereed articles. His work has changed the way we look at the history of modern China. It's been translated into more than 20 languages. His book, Mao's Great Famine, won the prestigious Samuel Johnson Prize for Nonfiction in 2011. He also holds an honorary doctorate from Leiden University. I think Frank Diktter, he has studied China for decades. He has not only done so, he has looked at material that no one else has had access to, kind of getting an unprecedented first-hand look. And you can tell that from his books, his materials. It's a privilege, really. And he's been on the Academic Council of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Frank, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You have studied China, as I said, for a long time. What motivated you to become a historian of modern China? I guess this is sort of the insider question. How do you become a historian of modern China? And more specifically, how did you decide to write a trilogy on the Mao era?
Well, good question. I don't really know.
That's actually what I expected you to say.
As a historian, you spend a lot of time trying to explain why things happen, why vast populations make certain decisions. But when it comes to your own life, why do you do the things you do? I'm not entirely sure. What I do know is that when I graduated in 1985, some time ago, I thought that China was a very interesting part of the world, simply because we knew so little about it. I was a historian. I had a BA in history from the University of Geneva. I'm Dutch. And I thought, that looks like the Wild West to me. I'd rather go to a place where that has been understudied than a place that has been overstudied, say the history of Switzerland or the United States. I spent a good 20 years working on a period that falls between the fall of the empire, 1911-12, and the communist era, 1949. That period was overlooked. I summarized my findings of 20 years in a very short book called The Age of Openness. That's exactly what it was, an age of openness. It's been portrayed by the communists forever and by a great many historians of modern China, including those in this country, as a sort of era of warlords and economic involution and peasant immiseration and imperialism, when in fact it was one marked by great openness, political, cultural, social, you name it. More or less a success story to some extent. Anyway, the key point is I didn't touch the People's Republic of China for 20 years. The reason for that is very clear. I didn't think you could do it. You need primary sources. You need evidence. I was not particularly impressed by what was written about the PRC in the 80s and 90s. One day, as I was working in the archives on a history of the prison up till 1949, I realized that you could get hold of certain files in 1950 and 51. It did require some negotiation with the archivists, but it worked. And from there onwards, when I realized that these archives on the communist period were opening up, I was in there like a ferret. I spent 2-3 months every year going up and down from my base in Hong Kong to get as much material as possible. With the knowledge, having done Russian history at university, that this might not last forever. You remember, Soviet Union, 1992, it vanishes, archives are open for a year or two. So I was in there like a ferret doing as much as I possibly could.
That's remarkable. In some ways, I can relate to that. Internal documents and all that. Now, that's actually exactly my next question. You have produced remarkable accounts of the on-the-ground reality of CCP rule in China. So the details of daily life and the details of atrocities from the Mao era to recent times. This work, as you said, has been crucially enabled by detailed archival material that documents the reality of day-to-day governance in China. And I guess this is an opportunity to ask more specifically, how did you actually obtain access to this material? You say there was an openness, but still, how did you get to it?
Well, that's actually an easy question. I went through the front door.
I love that answer.
And then I applied for this material with a letter of reference. So I will give you a few examples, 3 to be precise. But the question is rather the other way around. If I manage to get hold of so much material, year in, year out, for about 15 years, how come so few other historians coming from free, open, democratic countries in Europe, Japan, and the United States didn't really try all that hard? But I will not answer that question. It's not really my concern. So what I'm trying to say is that it's not that difficult. I gave you 3 examples. One day, I turned up in Xining. I wonder how many people have heard of it. Provincial capital of Qinghai, colonial outpost, miserable-looking people, but a great number of very proud communist cadres who run the place. Went to the provincial archives. Room is completely empty. I present my letter of introduction. The woman in charge looks at it, says, I have to speak to my boss. She comes back 5 minutes later, followed by the boss. Boss got black dyed hair, white leather shoes, white trousers, a white shirt, doesn't look at me, looks at the lady, says, you see that camera on the wall over there? I want you to make sure that that camera points towards the middle of the room, which is exactly where I was sitting. Lady gets on a chair, adjusts the camera to make sure I'm right bang in the middle of it. And then after a silence, somewhat awkward silence, about 10 minutes, she says, maybe you should go back to your hotel and then phone us to find out whether you can use our archives or not. So I smiled and I said, I think that's a very good idea. And off I went. And I ordered my ticket to another provincial city for another provincial archive. I did phone, of course. The answer was no. No, not for you. So this other archive I'd visited earlier on. The first time was in 2007, I believe. It was in Gansu, Lanzhou. I walked in, always a woman, always from the army, frontline archivist. I asked, can I use the archives? She looks at my letter, says, yeah, the computer's over there. So I asked somewhat sheepishly, can I photocopy anything at all? She says, no. Have you got a thumb drive? So what's a thumb drive? A thumb drive. You put it in the computer, you download what you want to read. And she says, just tell us roughly how many pages you download. So off I went, bought myself a cheap-made in China thumb drive, put it in the back, had 10 days reading material, downloaded hundreds and hundreds of pages, including material, detailed statistics about the number of cases of cannibalism in a place called Linxia, compiled by the Public Security Bureau, the verbatim reports of top meetings, including Chairman Mao and all the others. It was just one of these moments where you think this is unbelievable. I came back 6 months later, every computer was sealed. That was it. That was the end of it. I'll tell you a third story if we have time. This is in Xi'an. I have published my first book in this trilogy, Mao's Great Famine, was translated into Chinese. I'm here to write on the tragedy of liberation, 1949 to 1957. Frontline archivist, very friendly, again, woman from the army, comes up second day, says, I checked you out on the web. I know who you are. So you say that some 45 million people were starved to death during the Great Leap Forward under our chairman, Mao. I said, well, you shouldn't believe everything you read on the internet. He says, no, you're a famous man. This is great. The head of the archives wants to see you. So, oh, God, here we go. I'm going to get, what, shackled, deported, thrown out of the country? No. The man wants to pose with me for a photo, which is later uploaded on their website. And we stand against the printed out catalogs of these archives. So photo, smile. And he's about to go back to his office. And I say, well, hold on a minute. Down there's a collection which is called Zhenfan. Anybody in Chinese knows what Zhenfan is. It's the movement to eliminate counter-revolutionaries from October 1950 to November 1951. They eliminated roughly 2 million. So he says, well, those files are really classified. I say, well, yes, I know, but I just want to browse through them. I said, well, okay. I spent 3 days reading through these files. Many reports, one fantastic by Ros-Lehtinen, the son of Felix Dzerzhinsky, the man in charge of the Public Security Bureau. He writes, true Chairman Mao is very proud. In the middle of 1951, he says, so far we've eliminated 301,800 counter-revolutionaries in a mere 6 provinces. There you go.
That sounds like a true historian at work. I wish we had more people like you. That's amazing. I know Xining quite well, actually. Among the many pieces of information that you reviewed, ranging really, wide range, you've highlighted some from the 50s or late 40s to the end of the 20th century. And I know you've already mentioned some, but which bits have stood out to you in particular? What piece of information puzzled you? Which details stuck with you? Maybe the puzzles, the mind of a historian, loves figuring out a good historical puzzle.
Yes, so I think you put your finger on something really important. The way research is done is frequently, in my mind, wrong. You can see this with students, but also with big professors in Ivy League universities. They have a question, and then they want to go around finding an answer to that question. Whereas as a good researcher, you try to find material which will suggest interesting questions that you hadn't even thought of. In other words, you start with the primary sources, and then you start looking at answers for questions you hadn't even thought of. So on day 2, when I started working on Mao's Great Famine, I was in the Guangdong Provincial Archives, and there was a report about entire villages having been destroyed in 1958. Houses of villages. I thought, why would you want to do that? I thought the Great Leap Forward was about producing more. So this question of destruction of people's housing came back time and again over the following 3 years, and I realized there wasn't one single answer to it. There were many. In this particular case, it was an attempt to obtain fertilizer. Now, if you have some mud hut and you have animals inside, there will be some sort of organic material. But of course, this being a communist regime, there must be a drive for more fertilizer, and each county and village must produce and fulfill and overfulfill the plan. So your local cadre starts destroying lots of houses to show that he's got more fertilizer than the county next door. You might get a little red flag. So that's one reason for the destruction of housing. But there are other reasons. Do these farmers hide the grain? We should go in there and check it. Destroy the floorboard. Knock down the walls. That's another reason for why houses get destroyed. Or a local cadre who can see with the Great Leap Forward that communism is beckoning ahead, a much better world. Let us just destroy all these mud huts. Let's get rid of them and build something new. Well, the destruction happens, the rebuilding does not. And people live in the midst of ruins throughout the Great Leap Forward. Or another example is people cannibalize houses. They eat the plaster off the walls. I interviewed an old lady, her name is Zhou Xiaobai, Zhou Xiaobai. She was 12 years old at the time, had to look after her sister who was 5 years old, parents were dead. Lived as Xi number 2 in command to Chairman Mao number 1 in command. He said, in the province of Hunan, his home province for both Liu Shaoqi and Mao Zedong, in the province of Hunan, 40% of all housing has been destroyed. This is May 1959. 40% of all housing has been destroyed. I mean, they did a better job than the Japanese during the Second World War.
Well, that's incredible. And to think that this was going on while a lot of people in the West were worshipping Mao and thinking so highly of him and having no idea what was going on in the country at the time. So accessing information in China has always been a challenge, but as you say, there was a time of opening. This time of opening also provided opportunities for fieldwork, for research. It profoundly transformed China studies in so many ways, in so many fields. Now, just 2 years ago, one of the scholars here, Professor David Shambaugh, who gave the keynote last year at China Forum, he argued that China studies in this country is effectively coming full circle, because China studies will have to go back and reacquire the research methods akin to the 1960s, Pekingology, Kremlinology, the art of studying a closed country from the outside by interpreting indirect clues, sort of, quote, peering into China from the outside again. Because of the closing of access under Xi Jinping, because of the Chinese information law, because of the difficulty or impossibility to do meaningful fieldwork now. So what do you say about the new, what advice might you have for the new generation of scholars who is following in your footsteps, in our footsteps, trying to understand China?
Well, I know David Shambaugh is a good friend and I respect his work very much, but one piece of advice I would give you is do not follow Kremlinology or Pekingology, because it's the death of China studies. We've had to listen. One reason why I never wanted to work on the People's Republic of China in the 1980s and 90s is that the work produced by social scientists and political scientists was so utterly appalling. And it has been so all the way till today. I mean, frankly, where are we? Victims of communism? When you have an entire field debate whether or not China is communist for the best part of 70 years, and there is something a little, just a little wrong with that. So I would say a lot of that scholarship that was produced till very recently has not retained great value. The inspiration comes from people like Laszlo Ladany, for instance. Laszlo Ladany, a Hungarian Jesuit who established himself in Hong Kong and would listen over the radio to news reports from the PRC, published a book in '75 called The Communist Party of China, a self-portrait showing all the horror that was going on the basis of their own reports. He lived somewhere on the peak, had a huge sort of radar to capture all these radio station programs. They also had apparently a very big and nasty dog to keep intruders away. Of course, he wasn't the only one in Hong Kong. There was the French sinologist who I admire so much, the father of this whole field, really, Pierre Rickman's alias Simon Lace. And he could see the bodies come down, dead bodies, come down the Pearl River into Victoria Harbour in Hong Kong at the height of the Cultural Revolution. He never set a foot in the People's Republic of China, but wrote these searing essays denouncing not just the cult of Mao inside China, but also the cult of Mao among sinologists in Europe and this country. Of course, had to leave for Australia. He was hounded out by the sinological profession. So there's always material that you can use. There are always people you can interview. There's always stuff going on. If this country were open and you can do all the research you want, it wouldn't be communist. If that's what you want, pick a democracy. So I would say you have to be pragmatic. Times change. Do you think the archives were open when I was doing my PhD? Not at all. At the time, just getting into libraries was a great achievement. getting into the Beijing library and reading stuff in that 1985. Wow, what an accomplishment. It sounds ridiculous today. But times change, you have to adapt yourself. I was locked in by COVID, didn't cross the border, but I I bought 300 books online, published internally up till 1989, with nothing but archives from the Communist Party of China from 1923 to 1949. 300 volumes. I bought them in PDF from some dubious merchant in Shanghai for the princely sum of 640 renminbi. And I used that for a book which is coming out in February.
Fascinating. It's always, if you look, you find, right? That's basically, that's what it boils down to. And
big country.
I think I would, if somebody would ask me about my research method, it would be very similar, actually. You know, if he who seeks shall find. And I think we very aptly, you know, with Katrina Lantos Sweat, the keynote, you know, the moral fiber, the moral pursuit, the ambition to want to do something. And I think that was so apt. So, and I think that characterized your work and our work is characterized by a drive, a pursuit of a goal. And but that's what I'm hearing from you. Pursuing a goal will lead to results. And speaking of which, and you've hinted at it now, and now, of course, I have to ask the question since you've hinted at it. Very, very clever marketing, by the way. You continue to be a prolific author. Tell us more about your current book project.
Just since you did talk about drive, I was thinking research, you know, as my wife, she's just such a great cook. Now, is she going to come up with a great menu and then go to the market to find out that half of the ingredients are lacking? No. I mean, a good cook goes out there in the field, goes hunting, fishing, goes to the market, sees what one can find, and then decides what the menu will be. Well, that's how you should do research. That's how you should do research. So many people start with a menu. I will research this, that, and that, and answer all these questions. Well, no, you will not. My next book, Red Dawn Over China, How Communism Conquered a Quarter of Humanity is the title, comes out in February. It's a prequel. I did 3 books on the Mao era. I followed it up with the sequel, China After Mao. Tells you everything you want to know and need to know. But then came COVID. I thought, now what? Uh-oh, I'm blocked. Can't go across the border into the People's Republic of China. So I thought, how about the prequel? How about looking at the history of the Communist Party from 1921 to 49? Wouldn't that be interesting? I already knew, having been to the archives probably about 100 times, in all sorts of provincial, county, municipal places, I knew that there was very little that had been preserved on pre-49. I started looking around and I found inside the library, Hong Kong University Library, several of these volumes, which I later on bought online for 640 renminbi, 300 volumes, with all archives compiled by the Central Archives in Beijing and circulated internally up till 1989, and the publication is finished. I don't know what happened in 1989. Why would you finish that? But anyway, the point really was vast amounts of material. In there, one thing stands out, not that I read every single volume, that students helped me with it, but you read through it, something very remarkable, namely that the Communist Party of China, which we have been told is fighting for supremacy in the 1920s and 30s against the nationalists, led by that fascist Chiang Kai-shek. I mean, that defines the history of modern China. Because if you read through the archives, then you find out very quickly these communists really don't amount to very much at all. We have this notion somehow that China equals communism. There must be something communist in either Chinese culture, something must have happened. But I cannot think of a country that is less communist than China in the 1920s and 30s. They are a small, band of bandits who survived thanks to massive support from the Soviet Union. There are more communists as a proportion of the overall population in any one country in Europe than in China at the time. There are more communists, about one for every 250 people. In Portugal, under Salazar, the only one exception is probably under Herr Hitler after 1933, there are probably not all that many communists left. But by 1940, in China, there is one party member for every 1,700 people, which is, if you believe the inflated reports from the Comintern, which is about the same as in this country, United States of America, not generally considered to be a major component in the story of the communist revolution, I think. So that's the first point to bear in mind. Communism is a very minor phenomenon. It would never have prevailed without the help of Stalin and later on the United States. So that's point number one. Point number two, all these books about land reform, how the communists gained the support of the peasants by freeing them and handing them over the land. No, they do not. They're a bunch of bandits, and they are pressed time and again to extract as many resources as possible. So what you see before 1949 is what you see after 1949. Something called, I think they call it economic involution, but I won't use that term, economic destruction. A band of guerrilla fighters arrives in the territory, takes possession, starts extracting as much as possible, squeezing it like a lemon till every villager is entirely impoverished to the extent that the Communist Party must move on to find new territory to exploit. So that's another very interesting conclusion there. They are not very good at running an economy. They're not very good at recruiting people. Now, I've got 2 minutes left, which I will use to explain to you why they managed to win, which is always the question from my students. Now, I always tell my students, there's no such thing as a stupid question, really, but this is a bit of a funny one. I mean, are you going to ask me why Poland became communist after 1945? Are you going to ask me why Romania became communist after 1945? I think we all know the answer. Got invaded by the Red Army, the Soviet Union. Now, what do you think happened in China? Got invaded by the Red Army, Soviet Union, all of Manchuria, 1 million soldiers. They stay, they're not leaving. They hand over Manchuria to the communists. They back them up, they build them up as the Americans walk away. And most of all, once they have the weapons, and once they have civilians that they can use, they wage what I refer to as unrestricted warfare, using barrier troops to make sure that unarmed peasants move forward, using human wave techniques to exhaust the bullets of the enemy, encircling Changchun in a siege that lasts 5 months and famishing 160,000 people to death, using tactics that nobody can adopt, using a strategy that nobody can possibly defeat, as the Americans will find out in Korea a few years later. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Frank Diktter has already earned his applause himself. I don't need to say nothing. Do look out for his book in February. Fascinating. I look forward to it. And the approach to explain the strategy from the ground up, this grounded research approach, not driven by preformed questions, but data-driven analysis that leads to new questions that challenge us to answer them or to start to answer them. Please join me in thanking Frank Diktter.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zenz and Dr. Diktter. And I would like to introduce and bring up our chairman, Dr. Elizabeth Spalding. to the stage to present the Lee Edwards Award to Dr. Diktter.
Good afternoon. Dr. Lee Edwards, who passed away last December, was co-founder of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. He was a prolific, preeminent biographer and historian of contemporary American conservatism. Given our venue of China Forum and our award recipient, I should also note that my father had a special place in his heart for the Chinese people, and for over 5 decades called attention to both their suffering under and their resistance to communism. VOC's Lee Edwards Award for Outstanding Scholarship recognizes academic excellence on the history, ideology, and crimes of communism. Today, I am so very pleased that we honor the scholarly work of Frank Diktter. It is difficult to pick a favorite Diktter book. When we who study totalitarian regimes refer to favorites, we must use air quotes. Mine may be 2019's How to Be a Dictator, a subject the author treats most seriously. And then, as we've already been talking about, through his masterful People's Trilogy, Mao's Great Famine, The Tragedy of Liberation, and The Cultural Revolution, Dr. Diktter documents the impact of Mao Zedong's Communist China on the lives of ordinary people. He gives us the large numbers, and he gives us the individual stories. And as we've also been hearing about, some of his pioneering research is not even currently accessible because the Chinese Communist Party, true to its nature, does not play fair with its archives. If Dr. Diktter had just produced his essential trilogy, that would suffice. But as we've also been hearing, his 2022 China After Mao is as important and effectively brings the People's Trilogy up to the current day. And I really am eagerly anticipating next year's history of the establishment of the CCP, Red Dawn over China. And this scholarly prequel to the People's Trilogy or tetralogy is going to be so very important and timely. Dr. Diktter has devoted his career to uncovering the truth about one of history's most murderous regimes. His work matters now. Today, more than 1.5 billion people still live under communist rule. The Chinese Communist Party is central to this problem as it continues its brutal oppression of Uyghurs, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, and other Chinese. It threatens the freedom and national security of Taiwan. It is the most powerful state in the axis of aggression against the entire free world. Dr. Diktter's documentation of the CCP's system of repression helps us understand the past and present. This also matters for the future. At a time when some romanticize socialism and minimize or even ignore the crimes of communism, Dr. Diktter's scholarship gives the air and refutes the lies, including the fundamental lie upon which communism itself is based. With an eye to the future, museums should teach all generations, keep memories alive, and help guard against repeating the mistakes of the past. And that's what we strive to do every day at the Victims of Communism Museum here in Washington, D.C. First-rate scholarship should do the same. And Dr. Diktter's life work ensures that all the victims of communist China are remembered, even if they cannot be individually named. In recognition of his exceptional academic contributions, I am so very happy to present the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's Lee Edwards Award for Outstanding Scholarship to Dr. Frank Diktter.
To say a few words. I mean, saying thank you is, I think, a basic requirement. I'm very grateful indeed to Adrian in particular, to the entire organization. Although, if you don't mind me saying so, deep down, I just feel it would have been better if someone would have received this award presented by an organization called Victims of Communism, established by a bipartisan act of Congress in the People's Republic of China. Well, there are very deserving candidates. Of course, though, the problem is, if you want to have a bipartisan act of Congress, well, you must have more than one party, which is a bit of a stretch for the People's Republic of China. They're still trying. So I don't think that is going to happen anytime soon. Now, how did I get into this? When I was a young boy, aged 12, I read a book written by a young girl, aged 15. I never met her. She and her family were destroyed in 1945. Her name was Anne Frank. So this had an effect on me. Being 12 years old, I had no complaints about life. I had a wonderful upbringing, but I thought possibly human nature isn't all that it appears to be. And then most of all, I just acquired this fear of ignorance. I mean, what would it be like to grow up in the Netherlands or any part of Europe or the world and not realize that there was something like the Holocaust? I mean, that's pretty dreadful, really. Now, I didn't really have to worry about the Holocaust. You certainly cannot spend more than about an hour anywhere in Germany without seeing some sort of reminder. The Holocaust Museum, steps outside some of the underground stations in Berlin, the Hausvogteiplatz, I remember using many times to go to the archives of East Germany. Name and address of a Jewish family who had been destroyed during the Second World War. The reminders everywhere, but not so the People's Republic of China. I spent 3 years there in the 1980s. In fact, to this day, you could spend hours walking around and not realizing that a couple of pretty horrific things happened in the past. Not a museum, not a memorial, not a tablet, not a reminder, nothing. You can speak to people. Some of them do not. But of course, speaking about the past is not exactly encouraged. And not to say that some of these people don't try. I remember, I think it was the documentary filmmaker Hu Jie, a friend of mine from Nanjing, who filmed villagers erect a memorial arch to commemorate those who had died during Mao's Great Famine, 58-62. Only for the police to arrive and destroy that memorial arch and arrest all those villagers for good measure. I mean, lack of memory goes really wide, really deep. I remember 2006, I read a newspaper article that prompted me to start looking at the tragedy of liberation, a book that was mentioned earlier on. And it said that in Changchun, they had started digging up for a new water pipe and that found all sorts of bodies stacked up. I mean, like thousands of bodies. And nobody knew what that was. They all thought, oh, these are victims. You know, the Second World War, killed by the Japanese. An old man remembered, no. These are among the 160,000 people starved to death in 1948 when Lin Biao and the People's Liberation Army surrounded that city and starved it into surrender. Forgotten. Not a reminder of that. Now, you can, of course, acknowledge that it is very difficult to talk, never mind write, about the past in the People's Republic of China. But what about abroad? Us, Japan, Europe, United States of America, democracies. Remember 2010. 2010, I published Mao's Great Famine. Very nice. Some tens of millions of people starved, beaten to death, major event. You'd think that by now, 15 years later, there would be research teams in some of those Ivy League universities or in Europe researching this not exactly small crime against humanity. I can't really see where they are. 2013, I came out with The Tragedy of Liberation. The publicist in New York warned me, said, well, you know, we will do our best. But 2013, there will be 100 books on JFK. It's the 60th birthday of his assassination, right? So his 50th birthday, sorry, I can't count. So I had a look. There are about 40,000 books on JFK. And there are about, I think, 3-4 books on the founding years of the People's Republic of China from 1949 onwards. I just mentioned that campaign of terror from October 50 to November 51, 2 million people. Not a single book on that. So all I can say is that Americans are passionate about their own history. 2016, I published the last installment in the People's Republic, in the People's Trilogy. It was on the Cultural Revolution. Now this time, sheer coincidence, the book came out in May 2016, which marked the, I've got to count carefully, the 50th birthday of the start of the Cultural Revolution in May 66. Although this is great, good timing. Well, I wasn't the only one to think about timing. There was an editorial published by 5 young historians of modern China in the LA Review of Books. There was a mere sentence about the horrors that had happened. It was really more about trying to approach it with more nuance, you know, trying to salvage what could be salvaged from the Cultural Revolution. And the last sentence in that review, in the LA Review Books, more or less stated that with the end of the Cultural Revolution, it was really the beginning of neoliberal capitalism running the world, including China, which I thought was somewhat odd, given that China was and still is communist at the time. But the point really is that that was written by 5 of my peers, of my colleagues in Europe and in the United States. These are the people I live with. So I want to say thank you for making me feel less lonely. And I can promise you one thing, as long as you continue doing your job, I will continue writing. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Dr. Diktter. Thank you, Dr. Spalding, and thank you, Dr. Patterson. Now I would like to introduce our third panel, Surveillance and Censorship, Confronting China's Techno-authoritarianism. Our moderator will be Josh Rogan, analyst for the Washington Post, with panelists Connor Healy, Director of Government Research at IPVM, Peter Mattis, and Yachu Wang Chicago Forum Fellow at the University of Chicago and former Director for China Research at Freedom House.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josh Rogan. I'm a analyst for the Washington Post Intelligence. It's my honor to moderate this afternoon's panel on surveillance and censorship confronting China's techno-authoritarianism. Disclaimer for any foreign intelligence agencies that are trying to surveil this event. No need, it's on YouTube. Save your money. This is all on the record. We're here to talk about Chinese surveillance technology, which is related to, I think, to something that we're seeing in the news today. That news is impossible to ignore. The President of the United States and the President or General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, the leaders of the two largest economies and major techno competitors, are slated to meet tomorrow in South Korea. And according to the preliminary reports, they're working on a framework trade deal that covers everything from TikTok to rare earth export controls to semiconductors and who knows what else. Why is this relevant to our panel? Because the meeting underscores exactly the kind of stakes that we're here to discuss: the intersection of trade technology, data governance, platform power, authoritarian reach. TikTok is not just about the app, it's about who controls data, who controls platforms, and who controls narratives. A deal on rare earths is not just about minerals, it's about supply chain leverage, infrastructure, and ideological power. The stakes are enormous. On one side, the ability of a government, in this case, the Chinese Communist Party, to embed surveillance, censorship, and influence domestically and export it globally. On the other side, the challenge for democratic societies to protect open innovation, free expression, supply chains, and critical infrastructure, while not sacrificing what makes us open societies. If we lose that balance, it's an economic disadvantage, but also a strategic one. What will be the norm, techno-authoritarianism or something else? With that backdrop in place, I'm very pleased to introduce our three expert panelists. To my immediate left, Connor Healy, Director of Government Research at IPVM. Connor and IPVM have been at the forefront of uncovering how Chinese-made surveillance camera hardware and software are deployed globally and the vulnerabilities that they are exploiting. To his left, Peter Mattis, President of the Jamestown Foundation, a longtime intelligence professional, both inside and outside of government, and has deep insight into how Chinese surveillance and censorship tools tie into the broader intelligence influence and statecraft campaigns of the Chinese government. And Yaqiao Wang, a China Forum Fellow at the University of Chicago and former Director of China Research at Freedom House. Her work in digital rights censorship, overseas operations, and global information space makes her perspective really indispensable. Thank you all for joining us today. Let me throw out an opening question to each of you that I think might help frame our discussion here today. And there will be an opportunity for questions. I think there are index cards going around. Please write your questions on the index cards, and if they're good, I will read them. But start thinking about them now. So let me start with you, Connor. Chinese techno-authoritarianism kind of combines classical CCP information warfare tools with the digital age. How do you see the continuity of that from the Maoist early CCP era playbook through the United Front development and up to the current suite of technologies? And thanks again for joining us.
No, of course it's...
You got to press the button.
Okay. No, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I think many of the organizing principles are the same. What's changed is that these principles of Chinese Communist leadership are being combined with computation, basically. And the key element that I think people need to understand is scale, is the issue of scale. Even China has human resource limits. And the more that their so-called public safety systems, their mass surveillance systems, can overcome those human resource limits, the greater the, well, on the one hand, the concentration of decision-making power is within a smaller group of elites, and the lesser the ability to oppose that system. Because you raised Mao, and we were just talking about this earlier, I found myself thinking of, some of you may be familiar with the backyard furnaces that Mao came up with during, I believe, the Great Leap Forward. The idea was Russia's making all this steel, China needs to make all this steel, and the people are going to make it in their backyards. And they had a whole bunch of people install these furnaces all over China to produce what was basically defective steel instead of farming fields. And, you know, we all know what happened. Eventually, there was enough internal opposition that Mao was finally persuaded this just isn't going to work. My concern is that computers are not good at opposition. They're not good at convincing you that the network of people you rely on, no matter how much of a strong man you are, is opposing you because of your decision making. I worry about what China looks like without those, however meager they may be, without those controls.
Thank you. Peter?
Thinking about the continuity with the Mao era, is one of the things that strikes me about looking at Chinese intelligence collection over the years is the focus on gathering information about individual people, right? It's what was called social affairs work, and it was not the purview of just, say, the enemy work department, as the United Front Work Department was known at that time, or the intelligence services, but was actually all of the parties' responsibility to collect information on individuals that were potentially relevant. Not just because they had information that was useful, but because they were, say, intellectuals or essayists that had a platform to promote sort of the CCP line or otherwise exercise political influence. There was this mapping feature that I think you can see through the years as being a really consistent feature, right? So if you think about the hacks in the United States, going after the Office of Personnel Management, going after Anthem Insurance, going after United, going after Marriott, companies that have a relationship with the U.S. government are frequently used by U.S. government-related travelers. You can even see it in Taiwan, going into trying to hack local district databases, or in one case, it seems like they were able to recruit the head of personnel for the National Security Bureau, something around 25 years ago. And if you think about what all of this digital technology allows you to do, it automates this function in a way that is not possible otherwise. And whether it is something that is sort of deliberately built in, you know, in a sense, a backdoor that is purposely there to collect information, or whether it is, in the case of the National Counterintelligence or Cybersecurity Center in the UK that was funded by Huawei, but was also sort of reviewing Huawei's equipment, they just thought that the security vulnerabilities were in fact a feature rather than a bug that Huawei continued to not clarify or to not strengthen. And so the more that this kind of technology is put out into the field, and also as IPVM chronicled, I think, sort of a lot of built-in vulnerabilities in the Hikvision cameras, among others, right? It's not a question of specific intent of saying this device does these things. It is simply that it is exporting a set of security vulnerabilities that can then be exploited, and that this collection can be automated, and we can see things and put together patterns, or certainly the party can, in ways that were not simply possible before. And if you look at the organizing principle behind the informatization of intelligence, both in a domestic context and an external context, It is about getting closer and closer to the individual before they become a danger, right? Before they're able to organize across groups, across geographies, across classes, and that they want to preempt rather than simply sort of respond as things develop. And I think this is something that Adrian and many others have shown in the case of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. You can see it in actually a lot of the work that Freedom House has done over the years. So I think that's a good way to transition to Yajio.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I would like to talk about the difference in terms of the Chinese government's propaganda. I think in the past, the propaganda very much stayed. In the past, the propaganda very much stayed within the borders of the Chinese territory. As a Chinese person, I grew up in China. Then I came to America for school and then started to work here. So in the past, like you received all the propaganda. You grew up, then you left the environment. You went to another country. You start to read the Chinese language newspaper in that country. If you live in New York, there are newspapers in Chinese language catered to the New York Chinese community. If you live in San Francisco, you have local San Francisco Chinese language newspaper. But since the popularization of social media, the Chinese people who left China, they're still receiving the information from China, just because if you grew up in China, you're so accustomed to the information you received from the Chinese social media, especially WeChat, now Xiaohongshu, and you came to the United States, you're still reading the information from the Chinese environment, which of course is censored and surveyed by the Chinese government in a way that you never left the propaganda environment, even you have physically left China. This is, I feel just it's a huge difference. And that's, I think that plays a huge role in why the Chinese community in the diaspora is ideologically, many of them are still, pretty aligned with the Chinese government. They never really opened themselves up to the alternative information that are available outside of China.
Excellent, thank you. So far we've already covered automating surveillance, poor oversight of Chinese tech companies, the strategy to get closer to the individual, and the Chinese government's use of social media. All of that seems relevant to the TikTok debate. So let me do a round specifically on that. What we're led to believe is that a deal will be struck whereby the most popular social media app in America by far will be transferred to partial U.S. ownership. The data will be transferred to some system of U.S. housing, and the oversight will be shared, I guess, between these American partial owners and I don't know, whatever it is. Is that going to work? Does that solve the problems and the threats posed by TikTok, both in the data collection sense, in the surveillance of Americans and their habits and actions and keystroke sense, and also in the influencing Americans through the abuse of the algorithm sense? Let me start on the other side with Yacha this way, and we'll go this way. You got a person?
I feel there might be some mitigations from, the transfer of the ownership, but then there are a lot of still unsolved problems, like, data can be freely sold between companies, even when you're owned by an American company, there's no law banning the American company to sell the data to another company, which then that company can sell it to a Chinese company. In terms of, a huge problem that, a big reason I supported for the ban of the TikTok is the algorithm, right? The Chinese government controls the algorithm, whether, they're promoting information that's that is, aligned with the Chinese government propaganda, whether they are suppressing information that is critical of the Chinese government. I don't think. I don't know exactly the details about how they're going to transfer the algorithm, whether the Chinese government is still going to keep it to themselves. I do think, I at least if the ownership of the algorithm, if the American companies can take a look at it, at least we will have some ideas of how it was done currently. And right now, like you can ask TikTok, how are you, whether you're promoting certain kind of information, whether you're suppressing certain kind of information, they always say, we can't not tell you. There's no law that forces them to tell them. Even, if there's a law forcing TikTok to operate a certain way, I mean, if that kind of a law, runs contrary to what the Chinese government want TikTok to do, then what will TikTok choose? Of course, they will listen to the Chinese government.
Got it. Thank you. Peter.
Look, the central problem with TikTok is whether or not there is CCP access to the algorithm and CCP access to the data and ability to change those things or move them around. Right? If you can't solve that problem, there's no deal that actually is true to the letter and spirit of the law. And I mean, the reason why you have to think about it this way is simply that if you look at the company ByteDance, it has a host of obligations to the party state, whether it's a party committee inside, whether it's strategic cooperation agreements with the Ministry of Public Security, or a range of other sorts of arrangements. The second is that we know that something like TikTok is capable of manipulating opinion and sentiment on a mass scale, right? If nothing else, the leaks from Facebook about experiments with how you can change people's minds, or if you're looking at the Cambridge Analytica sort of leaks and how people described how that the tools of Facebook were used, it's very clear that this kind of sort of algorithm and machinery can move sentiment and move people's opinion, right? And third, we have now over 100 years of history, 104 in a few months, that the CCP is both capable and willing to manipulate sentiment on a mass scale. Right. So if you have all of those things, you have to solve the issue of, does the party have access to the algorithm? Can they manipulate it? And can they have access to it? And anything less than that doesn't mitigate the risk to national security.
Understood.
I think that if there was one thing I would say in favor of the current proposal is that I think it's a wonderfully American idea to impose a legal solution on what is fundamentally a technical problem. A convoluted legal solution at that I also don't entirely understand, despite my best efforts. There is just no scenario in which, in my opinion, ByteDance can retain ownership of TikTok and the problem will have been solved. A legal solution to this problem, a problem in which the party we're concerned about is famously apathetic to the confines of the law elsewhere, and also their own laws, is just totally insufficient.
Got it. Okay. That's not exactly encouraging, but so be it. When I was preparing for this panel, I was thinking to myself, well, a lot of these issues, a lot of these people, a lot of you in this audience we've discussed and worked on, we've studied for a long time. And I was thinking, what is the next level of the challenge? What is the 2026 and beyond iteration of the Chinese techno-authoritarianism that we're not talking about yet, that most people, even maybe some people in this room, are not tuned into? And I asked Connor that at lunch, and he scared the bejesus out of me because he said generative AI in Chinese surveillance projects, which I hadn't even wrapped my head around. And anyway, without further ado, Connor, how does that change the game? What are you seeing in your research? And what, if anything, can we do about it?
Well, to put it basically, one of the most important things that surveillance systems can do today is to think, quote unquote, intelligently about what it is they're seeing, and to do that at large scale so that you don't need thousands of humans watching video feeds to do it for you. And it was until fairly recently quite hard to create the technology that was required to implement a system like this. So if we look at Uyghur ethnicity detection, for instance, before really the beginning of this year, it was the case that to create that, you needed a large amount of training data specifically for that purpose. And I say all this with the caveat that what I'm about to describe to you may or may not work very well, and that it doesn't really matter. What is now on the market, not just by Chinese companies, but also some American companies, there's a big company called Ubiquity, for instance, that describes it, markets it as find anything search. And these systems can monitor live feeds or search archives for really any description that you enter. So, a one-legged clown who is, dancing like he's never danced before. You could put in any description, however absurd.
I think I've seen that video.
Yeah. I've been looking for it. That's and it sort of, you can create alerts and it brings up what you're looking for. Why this is also concerning is, it goes from being an expensive, time-consuming process to create a system that automates something that you want to do or do to your population to a much less time-consuming process, which means that the applications are going to become far more various, far easier to implement, and implemented with relatively low friction. So I think we'll see a lot more abuse of video analytics as a result.
Is there anything we can do about it?
No, not really.
Right.
I mean, yes and no. So the broader answer to the question you asked, the biggest risk, is I think not really one of technology, but of a lack of leadership. Banning these things or applying sanctions for that matter, I do support this, but it also requires a vision to supplement it. And we, democracies, offer nothing. We have no solution to provide to Nigeria, let's say, who have real problems that they need to solve. The Chinese are offering technological systems that they say can solve them. We are offering nothing. And that's not competition, it's opposition. We should compete, not just oppose.
Got it. And IPVM has a research paper out on this very topic, is that right? That our audience members can view at their leisure?
Yeah, you can view for yourself just how unrestrained some of these Chinese LLM-based video search systems are.
Right. And before we move on, you were telling me also at lunch about a research project that you have going on right now, which we're going to give a sneak peek to for this exclusive audience and everybody on YouTube, about previously, at least, I don't know if it was unknown, but at least poorly misunderstood collaborations between Chinese surveillance companies and the U.S. Army Research Lab. And this is kind of a crazy story. I'm sure I never heard it before. I don't know how many of you heard it, but once Connor told me the story, I'm like, we got to talk about this on the stage. So before we go to the next thing, what's that all about?
Well, it's a bit unbelievable to me, too, because these research papers have been kind of hiding in plain sight out in the open. But between and you can go look them up yourselves, between 2018 and 2020, there was a series of 3 research papers co-published by Pu Shilang, who was until recently Hikvision's head of research and development, and simultaneously ran a major lab at the Ministry of Public Security. Between him and 3 U.S. Army lab researchers who are listed as such on these papers. The papers mostly have to do with inventions of new ways of managing large networks of devices that are using neural networks and using video analytics. So basically, in fact, I just double-checked after we spoke about this. They spell out explicitly how you could use these systems to build a large system with lots of devices distributed over a large area that uses a lot of deep learning, uses a lot of video analytics, and how you could make it really efficient and really good at its job. Enter Chinese mass surveillance. That is exactly the kind of system that it was built for. These papers were published again, the latest one in 2020. It's happened. To the best of my knowledge, not ongoing, but it's worth understanding how we got to where we are, I think.
So that's breaking news for the journalists in the audience, that the U.S. Army Research Lab has been working with Hikvision to develop surveillance technology research. That's pretty crazy as far as I'm concerned. Even if it's not ongoing, what are the implications of that?
Well, it was happening at the same time that the Department of Defense was saying that Hikvision should be banned. This is an almost comical example of a disjointed, poorly aligned set of policies. What should we do with that? I think that if I were to ascribe this to anything, it's academic naivete. Even the U.S. Army Research Lab, these are PhDs, and I have no doubt that it didn't occur to them that this was a terrible idea. And I personally still see that today in conversations I have in academia, a lot of confusion over what the standards are, for instance, with commerce sanctions. And I think greater clarity is needed on what is and is not an acceptable collaboration.
Clearly. Thank you. Peter, while the U.S. system seems, as Connor just explained, pretty disjointed, what do you see on the Chinese side? Is this surveillance tech infrastructure integrated into broader Chinese intelligence and influence operations? If so, how so? And how does this advance the Chinese Communist Party's overall intelligence and influence operations objectives?
Well, I would say the PRC's sort of growth through the technology stack, moving beyond sort of 5G, beyond some of that core infrastructure into things like the underlying connective technology for Internet of Things, getting into the software itself for AI, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. It does not have to be as good. It just has to be cheap and deployable at a faster rate than sort of democracy's technology stack, right? And it's getting in even to, say, the open source silicon. So if you're talking about sort of mass production of the foundational chips or legacy chips that make everything work except the high-end computing, like you can see this steady drumbeat, right? So as that moves out, as that expands, it becomes, for example, control over, say, information pipelines and platforms, right? Who cares what the democracy's narrative is if it can't be delivered to the people that would need to hear it, right? And as Yachio pointed out about the WeChat ecosystem, right, it means that people can leave and never really leave, where they get locked into a sort of a particular kind of information environment where that's where they choose to spend their time. And these technologies allow that to go further and further out and to be integrated more deeply into just about everything else. So if you start thinking about, what kind of alerts you get on your phone based on your interests, and what kind of alerts, for example, your fascination with the Dalai Lama and Tibet, Josh, would perhaps not appear on your phone anymore as this continues, right? So those things could be gradually phased out of what you see. And it's not that this is always some deeply integrated system. It's that the power of the party, the centralization of the Ministry of State Security that's occurred right around the intelligence law in 2017 and going forward, that really has changed the MSS from kind of a secondary agency to something that is a little more KGB-like, this politically powerful, not just powerful as a sort of a police versus someone on the street. That gives the party or the intelligence services the ability to go tap into whatever these technology companies are doing and take advantage of that capacity without having to replicate or rebuild it themselves. There's a series of articles, I think, in Foreign Policy by Zach Dorfman, now about 5 years ago, that was pointing out how these companies collaborated with the MSS, which was essentially that the MSS or the military intelligence services showed up and said, we want to know this, this, and this. Here's a data dump, or here's this, or, we want you to use your computing power and your technology to answer those questions for us, right? And so I think part of this works because they're not trying to control it. They're not trying to integrate it this way. They're letting the market, they're letting the forces that have propelled these companies to a global position to provide them the access and then to exploit it.
Got it. Thank you. Before we move on, that sort of raises a question in my mind, since you brought up the hardware and the chips and the infrastructure. Itself is an embedded vulnerability.
It's a proper way to mitigate it unless you set forward a set of security restrictions around what allows something to be certified as safe to be sold on, say, a US market or a European Union market. And that ultimately, if you come up with those kinds of safety standards, then it's going to require the kind of inspection regime that the PRC has increasingly not allowed. But I think that's the only way to mitigate those kinds of risks, is to provide a set of standards and go through it. Because yes, it's almost an infinite vulnerability to be thinking about the hardware that way, which means like you can't check every single piece of equipment that is being sold or being pushed out of the PRC, and nor could, say, the Ministry of State Security or the Strategic Information Force or any of the relevant PLA actors exploit every single piece of equipment every single time. But it is a vulnerability that is almost impossible to check on the scale that those pieces are moving out. So you have to set certain kinds of production standards that, for lack of a better way of putting it, mean that those products, without sort of some kind of physical inspection in the production line, sort of external monitoring of the production line, which the PRC won't allow.
Got it. So we're not there yet. Connor, do you have a view on that question?
I would just say I completely agree with Peter's perspective about setting standards of safety. I think that's very much the right way to look at it. And as for the question of lock-in, I would say the cameras are literally bolted to your ceiling. It is, and continues to be in the United States, an arduous process to replace these devices, even within government to an extent. So yeah, there's a major lock-in risk, and the lock-in risk is much worse for scenarios where they're being used for like citywide infrastructure, like safe cities projects and such.
Thank you. Yachao, your research on Beijing's global media influence operations kind of fits into this, because so many countries have this tech already, the software and the hardware. And you studied, 30 countries? And so you were in a position to help us understand how that system is being used. What examples are there to show us how those platforms are being controlled, and what are those implications for those societies, especially democratic societies, but not only democratic societies?
Well, I mean, before TikTok got so popular in Western countries, the Chinese apps were already very popular in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, whether it's social media platforms or messaging apps or online shopping platforms. So, I mean, online shopping platforms, it's not necessarily ideological, but it's possible that you cannot buy certain T-shirt that says Free Tibet, or you cannot buy certain books. So, even I'm just taking an example of a Chinese app that is not, has nothing to do with ideology. It still can be used as a way to, suppress certain kind of spread of certain information in other countries and promote other kind of information in other countries. So, I mean, a big change over the years is that the Chinese-owned, platforms became more and more popular around the world. I mean, I feel like the West only woke up to this trend only when TikTok became so popular in America. But this has been going on for a long time. Then people start to realize, well, the other apps, the shopping Temu apps and shop whatever, all this, like, oh wow, they're all controlled by the Chinese government. So that has been going on for a long, long time. Nobody paid attention. Suddenly they realize, oh, this is a huge problem. This is number one big China. The other really, the Chinese government in the past was very much doing their propaganda on whether it's on newspapers. In the past they had inserts to the Washington Post, propagating the Chinese government's messages. Right?
Oh, I know. Yeah. They canceled those, by the way. But.
They were buying TV stations, radio stations around the world, especially in the Chinese language world. But now they are increasingly, cooperating with influencers. The people who are on Instagram, on TikTok, who already have millions of followers, who are, just popular, especially among young people, and they are paying them, secretively and asking them to promote a certain kind of information. This is obviously the most prominent case is having the influencer promoting a narrative, the Chinese government's narrative on Xinjiang. So I think this, that kind of propaganda is less dry, less, just boring. It's more interesting. It has a personality backing it. So I think it is getting more and more effective in the rest of the world.
Interesting. So I want to keep this constructive and forward-looking. So what can we do about it? What if you were in charge of Western society's response? What are some things that could be done if we wanted to?
Well, I came to this conference just for deliver this message.
Perfect.
Because trying to suppress disinformation is such a delicate question because it always concerns free expression, right? But there's another way to address it is to invest in promoting good information, promoting fact-based information, promoting investigations. Trump administration defunded a lot of organizations that were doing the great work of countering the Chinese government's propaganda, Radio Free Asia or Voice of America. They're not suppressing disinformation, they're just supplying the fact-based information. And anyone who is in this conference who have some access to the government, tell the administration, you really need to give the money back to them and for your own national interest purposes. That's the message I wanted to deliver to them.
Got it. Thank you. We're going to go to questions. We have about 10 minutes for questions. We got a lot of great questions. I'll try to get to as many as I can. Full disclosure, I am addicted to TikTok. And it is full of Chinese propaganda. But I was banned for life from Red Note for putting a Tibetan flag as my profile picture. And it only took them about 10 minutes to figure it out and ban me for life. So that's probably a mark of their generative AI capabilities. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, so let's see. Gotcha. What is the role of, and this is, just indicate if you'd like to answer this. What are the role of American companies in aiding and abetting China's techno-authoritarianism, not just in collecting information about Uyghurs and other persecuted minorities, but in general? And let's call out some American companies who are doing the wrong thing. Who would like to start? Yes, Connor, thank you.
Yeah, it's a long list.
Yeah.
It's a strange arrangement. Basically, what seems to happen is that American companies build the technology for either the Chinese government or for Chinese companies, who then take the technology and make it their own, make it themselves, and then sell it back to American companies who slap their own label on it and then sell it to Americans. This is an absurd system, and one that it's actually more perverse than I think the fact that it enables sort of China to build up this incredible industry that has totally dominated surveillance, manufacturing, hardware, and to a lesser but still significant extent software. It's that there's this perverse circle of a lack of responsibility that now exists across all the stakeholders who are involved. A very brief personal anecdote. After I joined IPVM for the first 3 years, I was living in an apartment that I was lucky enough to have a hike vision camera installed right above my doorway, which I thought was pretty funny because, I would spend my days looking at the problems with these devices. And I eventually spoke to the management and they basically said, oh, well, that's going to have to be our integrator's problem. And I've had that conversation with systems integrators. They're going to say, oh, well, that's our distributor's problem. That's our manufacturer's problem. And the manufacturer says, oh, no, that's the end user's problem. And we're right back at the beginning. American companies just aren't taking responsibility.
Which ones exactly?
Well, I think the worst offender is Honeywell. What is the most common Chinese device on federal networks? Honeywell cameras, which are Dahua cameras that have had a Honeywell label slapped on them. Maybe I'm naive. I personally think that when you have tens of billions of dollars in contracts, including to run a substantial portion of the U.S. strategic nuclear reserve and triad, that you cannot also at the same time be a distributor of devices that can be used to hack Americans. I think these two things are in opposition.
Interesting. Thank you. Anyone else? Would you like to name them and shame them?
I would say Apple. I would say Apple because just such a so much percentage of Apple's products are made in China, and also Apple is China's Apple's second market. So they have done so many things to self-censor, to share data with the Chinese government. I mean, speaking as a Chinese person, it's like, anybody in China, like they can't have access to certain apps because the Chinese government has allowed them to, and then Apple just gladly comply with, as if like the Chinese people don't deserve the same standards of free speech, free information, privacy rights as Americans. And the Apple always say, well, we're just complying with local rules. But there's no evidence in terms of they have even done the minimum to push back. When I was working at Human Rights Watch, we have those private conversations with Apple, and it's the PR people. And I just felt a portion of my career has been wasted in talking to people who just recite what they're supposed to say to us, and then they check their box saying, oh, we talked to human rights organizations, we have done our good work. And every time we're having those conversations with them, I was like, okay, you guys are paid several times of what I am paid, and you just need to read what is already written on the paper. What an easy job.
Yeah, good point. Journalists have the same issue, actually. Peter, was there an American company you would like to?
There's a nice list in the original introduction of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act of companies that are complicit, but I think for the purposes of this conversation, Deutsche Telekom, and the fact that it is one of the largest sort of 5G or telephonic infrastructure providers in the world, yet even as they're putting restrictions in place in Germany or in some of the European markets, or cooperating with their U.S. companies that they have here with those restrictions, they're still pushing forward and pushing Huawei equipment out around the world, and will continue to do so. So again, it's sort of like what Yachio said of like, well, only some people deserve these standards, but everyone else, gets the stuff that spies on them.
Got it. Well, I hope we haven't alienated any of your sponsors, Adrian, for the conference, but so be it. Got 5 minutes. I'm sorry? Too late now. Yes, that's right. This is a good question. There used to be to its credit, the first Trump administration did a lot to sanction or blacklist companies that were sharing U.S. hardware, software expertise with Chinese companies of concern, especially related to the Uyghur forced labor and genocide issue, but not just that. And whatever happened to that regime? Is that still going? Are they still doing that? Are we still in the business of using blacklists and sanctions to address some of these cooperations? And if not, why not?
The short answer to that, that's very quick, is simply yes, the US government is. The subsidiary rule that was just passed basically changes what had been kind of a whack-a-mole of like, here's this company Inspur that we have an issue with, but its 4 subsidiaries have never done business in the United States, so we're not going to put them on the entity list, right? Now, all of those have been added, and I think the estimate is that something like, with that rule going into effect, is that something like 20,000 plus companies have been sort of added to the entity list by virtue of that subsidiary. So that's a pretty healthy expansion of what those lists were.
And isn't that the thing that spurred the retaliation that led to the talks and the negotiation that we're going to see tomorrow in South Korea? And couldn't those be rolled back in some sort of trade deal?
I think you're the one with the best sources in DC.
The answer is maybe. Let's see. This is a good question. How much of this is now, how much of their current R&D in these areas is now indigenous in China, and how much of it is stuff that they either stole or appropriated or bought or acquired some way from the West? What is the trend here, and are they almost at the point where they don't need to steal our technology because they're doing it on their own? I think I'll start with Connor on this one.
I don't think there's really a clean answer to that. Certainly in the surveillance sector, Chinese companies continue to be followers rather than leaders as far as the sort of what are technically the most high-tech solutions, the best sensors, the best algorithms, and so on. Where they do have a growing advantage is in their just the scale of deployment gives them an opportunity, in fact, has been used to create solutions that would be impractical to try to create or test out here. So there are aspects of the application of the technology that they're becoming, I think, more independent in. It certainly remains the case as of today that China is still dependent on, certainly these sectors, I can't speak for all other sectors, is dependent on American or Western know-how and expertise.
For the moment?
For the moment, yeah.
Okay. Last question, this is for you, Chao. China's use of mass surveillance and algorithms have created a social credit system where individuals are kept in line and loyal for fear of being targeted. Our technology is here in the United States and in other democratic societies is reaching that level of sophistication and concern. And how can our citizens remain vigilant that CCP-style social credit system doesn't take root here?
I don't think the U.S. government or our U.S. companies are, ranking people according to their behavior. I mean, there are, there are credit scores, but it is, private company owned. But in China, the issue really is that any kind of private company are not really private companies, and whatever data the private companies collected have, if are required to be shared with the Chinese government, and the Chinese government has are using them to regulate your behavior. But I don't think this for now is a issue in the U.S. I don't think the U.S. government has any, at least I mean, set aside the free speech part. I mean, they're not saying, if you don't pick up trash, then your score is going to be lower, then you can have access to certain benefits. But we will see. I mean, I do see, the U.S. government, even in the past several months, they're, looking at what people say on social media, using that as a criteria to, not to, suppressing speech of American citizens, but they are using it as a criteria to see whether they should admit people, foreigners, to come to America. And this is, to me, it's is not the U.S. that I recognize. The U.S. should welcome people who share different opinions, who are critical of the U.S. government. That is the reason why I came to the U.S.
Excellent. Well, I think that's a fantastic place to end. I hope that all of our social credit scores survive this panel, and I want to please ask the audience to give our excellent panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panel. You guys did fantastic. I know it's hard after lunch in between, but it was definitely insightful and entertaining, to say the least. So thank you so much for moderating, and thank you all so much for participating. We are going to take a 20-minute break. Please don't leave the facility. Come back. We have an exciting interview, and then we also have a special guest for our closing remarks. So we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. That was awesome. Good job. Thank you. Good job, guys. You did fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's always fun with these topics. Have meaningful conversations. Okay. All right. So we are on the last leg of our second day. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you again for spending the entire day with us. I know it's a long day, but I hope you were able to get something out of this, at least make the connections with other people who are in the same space and working on the same missions. And I would now like to introduce our second interview, which will be Adam King, who is the Regional Director for East Asia and Pacific for the International Republican Institute, along with Dr. Adrian Zenz.
Passionate about the topic because there's no more free food. It is my privilege to speak here with Adam King, who is IRI's Director of China Programs. During his more than 15 years at IRI, Adam has worked with partners across the Asia-Pacific to implement programs focused on civil society strengthening, political party capacity, elections, media freedom, migrant worker rights, public budgeting, youth civic activism, women's political participation, religious freedom, and many others. Wow, that is a lot.
15 years.
I'm not sure I could do all these different topics. Adam has also observed elections in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Mongolia, and Timor-Leste. That sounds like it's part of Indonesia.
Used to be.
Okay, used to be. I guess I'm too old for this. I memorized most of my countries when I was in middle school. During his professional career, Adam also worked at a non-profit organization focused on individual and family philanthropy across the Asia-Pacific and spent time at a technology startup in Germany. He has lived in Australia, China, Germany, Hong Kong, Russia, and Singapore. Adam speaks Mandarin, Chinese, 很好, and German. Sehr gut. Maybe we'll do this. How about a multilingual interview? That would be more engaging, wouldn't it? He's been sanctioned by the Chinese government, a badge of honor that we both hold in common. Please welcome Adam King. Okay, I'll just continue in English. Is that okay? Okay, good.
Yes, please.
Adam, you've worked in relation to the Asia-Pacific region for quite some time. In your view, how has China's role in the region evolved?
Thanks, Adrian, and thanks for having me. Early of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, so it's really fantastic to be here and appreciate all the work you've done. So on the question, I mean, I think all of you know how much things have changed over the last 20 or so years, right? China's economic growth has really been the driver behind the way that it views the world. And for me, there were two main turning points where China turned from cautious to assertive, right? Because the Deng Xiaoping maxim of, hide your strength, bide your time, that ended a long time ago. And the first one, what I think was the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. I think, if you engaged with China before that and after, you saw a very clear shift in how they engage with the world, in that they really thought, oh, our system is actually better. They started to have a sort of assertiveness based upon the fact that they thought they knew how to do things better because of the way that they thought that they weathered that storm relatively well. And then the second turning point was Xi Jinping, right? And I think when Xi Jinping came into power, he saw it is now China's time. And so we are really going to start pushing our own model, our own narratives, and that changed things a lot. And so under Xi, China's foreign policy has become more centralized, more ideological, more ambitious. This has led to some recalibration, some pushback from neighbors. But I think this matters across the board, right? Whether you're a diplomat, whether you're a civil society activist, whether you're a journalist, it manifests itself in almost all ways, because when you're dealing with a country who feels like it is rising and learning from others, It's a very different interaction when you're dealing with a country that thinks we have learned all, we are now the experts, we are now the ones who are doing the teaching, and the way we work is best. And so I think from that, you have a country that was inward-looking to outward-looking, and the ramifications have been profound across the board.
Yeah, I think those are very apt points in terms of how China has changed and become much more sort of externalizing its domestic also approaches and priorities and authoritarian practices. Now, which trends in Beijing's governance approach that you've been seeing particularly concern you? What are some of the developments you see that keep you awake at night? If you do stay awake at night, that's a presumption.
I have 3 children. I don't sleep all that well at night, unfortunately. So I think the thing that worries me the most about China is probably for many of you the same, is that here's a country that it desires above all things stability. That's what the country, I think the leadership kind of is always aiming for, is stability, because stability means the CCP stays in power, but it is not a stable country. They might have strong leadership with tight control, a glowing global presence, but we all know it's a facade. We know that it's built upon an inherent instability. And I think one of the kind of indicators that I look at for this is we are now 12 years into the Xi Jinping project, or 13, something like that. And if you remember, when he first came into power, one of his biggest pushes was root out corruption. That was the biggest thing he did. We're going to go after the tigers, we're going to go after the flies, we are going to root out corruption. And what is he doing right now? He is rooting out corruption. Right now it's mostly in the PLA, but this tells you that over 12 to 13 years, either corruption has not been rooted out, which means he's completely failed at this objective, or that the entire system is predicated on the continual rooting out of corruption, revolution, all of these things within the system. The system must continuously be purged in order to survive. And that is not a system that is inherently stable. That is an inherently unstable situation. I think also you can look at the active, another indicator of the instability of the system is how the way the Chinese people act compared to the way the government acts is very different. So to give you an example, if you are a very, very rich Chinese person, where do you want to put your money? It's not China. It's in Australia, it's in the US, it's in Europe. If you're a very, very rich American person, are you putting your money in China? Probably not that much, unless, as someone mentioned earlier, it's through a mutual fund or something like that. But you have the Chinese people themselves, when they have the ability, are looking to get out of the place, right? These are not indicators for a system that is inherently stable. Now, if we know the system is unstable, that's what keeps me up at night. If that system begins to crack, if we begin to have a situation where things start to go south, we could have, well, there's a whole number of directions this could go, but the 2 main ones are, 1, we see a democratic opening. We see a situation where they could become something more like Taiwan. One of the more interesting conversations I had with someone I won't name in the KMT was, if China wants to learn how they can become more powerful, follow the KMT path. That's what the CCP should do, whether you think that's realistic or not. Democratic opening would be one possibility. The other possibility, though, is much darker, which is, I think, look at Russia. There was a small time in the early 1990s when we thought, wow, look at this place. It's going to follow the Western model. It's going to end up great. Well, how are we doing with that today? And my fear is that we could get a potential opening, and 30 years later, we actually are living in a world that's in some ways even worse. And so that's what keeps me up at night, is an unstable situation that could lead to something even worse.
Well, that sounds like you consider the collapse of the rule of the CCP in China a real possibility?
I'm one of those, I don't know if you want to call it an optimist, but I think in that, yes. I just think that the inherent, the internal contradictions within China are strong. Now, I think, the previous panel was about, techno-authoritarianism, and I think that is, when you talk about how the CCP has managed to survive as long as it has, the adaptations it's taken from the Soviet Union and moved beyond that are incredible, right? I mean, Shambaugh spoke last year. He had the whole atrophy and adaptation book. And I think using technology to crack down is impressive. And so for a Leninist Marxist system, they are literally incredible at this. But I also think these things, they just can't ever last forever. I am one of those people who says, no, there's no way that China can either develop economically to the level of a place like Taiwan and remain authoritarian, or they will fail to develop economically like Taiwan, and that will cause the authoritarian system problems. So I just think at some point something will have to break, but maybe I'm just a naive optimist.
Well, maybe you're not. I mean, there are many factors at play. It certainly is very complex, and the conversation about innovative authoritarianism and the role of technology in that, but also the role of sort of economic development and distribution, I think that's a major topic to be continued another time. Now, with the rise of techno-authoritarian practices, including data control, surveillance, and a digital export of governance models, how have you seen China's model influence or even take hold among its neighbors? What are they learning and adapting from Beijing's playbook, or are they not?
I think they definitely are. And I mean, I think we all understand the seductiveness of the Chinese model, right? So if you are in the region and maybe you are a leader with some authoritarian tendencies, you're looking at China's model and it's very, very attractive, right? You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have economic growth. You don't need political freedom. You get social stability, but you don't have to have that messy public debate that no one really wants. And China's narrative, which is true, of lifting millions, hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, that really hits. I think people kind of forget why they were in poverty in the first place, which is a very important piece of that. But that's kind of left aside of the lifting out of poverty. But I think it's our job to kind of remind countries in the region that the success is very overrated for China, and it's also misleading, and that there's actually even better examples in the region, right? You have Japan, you have Korea, you have Taiwan. These are actually truly successful countries. The CCP likes to tout how rich China is, but it's actually not that rich. Their per capita GDP is in the low teens right now. Taiwan, I think, is 3 or 4 times richer in that scale. And the problems that China's having now really are going to threaten its long-term economic viability, right? The demographic crisis, low youth unemployment rate, all these things. Now, that being said, when you talk about all this technological, either surveillance or even other things like social media, the CCP is extremely good at promoting its model. And it's funny, I've had people ask me, why do, things that are very untrue that the CCP says, why does it stick? And I say, because they say it 1,000 times. Like if you say something repeatedly, it begins to just become fact in a way. And I think the way that the CCP is able to tout its model as a fact repeatedly, it just starts to stick. And so for me, my concern is that you have leaders across the region looking at the CCP as a model, but then adopting the methods, right? Whether it's technology, whether it's surveillance, and these things which really enable even governments that might not have the Leninist system to kind of do it using human resources, they now have the technological resources to do that. And that's what worries me around the region.
Yeah, one of the points we had from yesterday evening's panel, Day 1 of China Forum at the Victims of Communism Museum, was how artificial intelligence is like a force multiplier. It makes the strong stronger and the weak weaker in some way. It really plays into the hands of those who are already powerful. And for example, with transnational repression, even though it can be used to expose TNR attempts, but AI really sort of enables and empowers especially also autocratic countries to engage in increasingly sophisticated forms of transnational repression. So, yeah, this is a very important point here. Now, what about the young generation, though? Do you see the young generation in the Asia-Pacific region becoming more resistant or more susceptible to different types of authoritarian narratives? And mind you, we know Southeast Asia is one of the classic textbook cases of sort of democratic retrenchment or a soft authoritarianism, hybrid models, and so on.
So for the younger generation, I think it's both. I think when you look at the Asia Pacific region and the education level of young people, it's incredible, right? So when you have more education, people are typically going to be more democratic leaning, right? That is this what you normally have. You also have people who are more worldly, right? Young people have traveled more, maybe studied abroad, they have more access to information than previous generations. And so we've seen a lot of Gen Z movements across Asia Pacific, right? Nepal, Bangladesh, Hong Kong, Thailand, and elsewhere. And so this has shown that the instinct for freedom, I think it definitely exists. I think the challenge is if the momentum doesn't live up to its promises, right? And that's where I think a place like Bangladesh, I'm watching that very closely, because I think if that democratic opening leads to more democracy there, it can be a bit of a blueprint that other places might follow. Look at Nepal. What's going to happen there is going to be extremely important. We all know what happened in Burma and in Hong Kong. And so I think the challenge is we don't want a repeat of the Arab Spring, where there was this great opening, really potential for democratic renewal, but look at Egypt today, look at Tunisia today, and I think there was a lot of false promises. And what happens when delusionment starts to set in, when you think that something's possible and it doesn't come through, then people begin to look for that strongman. They begin to look for a system that will deliver the results, even if it's less democratic. It gives them easier, simpler results. And so my worry is that we're going to have a lot of those false promises. The delusionment will start to set in with the younger generation, and will actually be worse off. So it's a real opening now. It just has to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, and that of course gets us into conversations about regime stability, like the way a new regime comes into power or a democratic transition happens, right? That really shapes the resilience and the survival chance of the new form. Like, for example, if guerrillas are overthrowing the government and setting up their own government, their survival chances are really low, depending on if they've had prior extensive penetration engagement with civil society versus their hard power military focused. They just know how to shoot bullets, and then they come to power, and guess what? Pretty soon after, they'll be overthrown with a coup. And I guess you might, this is a bit of an impromptu question, but do you see that the way that a democratic movement is started, or that a country turns from authoritarianism towards democracy, can that be a predictor of how democracy will fare? Or is there anything on that you could comment, or that you have seen that kind of speaks to that? And that can maybe informs how Beijing is playing into that, because of course one of the reasons, if you take this argument, one of the reasons the CCP has survived for a long time is that from early on it was always deeply embedded in civil society.
Yeah. So, I'm not a Bangladesh expert, but I have followed it relatively closely, not as close as some of my colleagues. And there was a lot of, I would say, good in the way that the Bangladeshi kind of change happened, but there was also a lot of pretty horrible things that happened there. And I think they have a path that I can see the way through, that this could actually turn out well in the end, but I think it will be a challenge. But I think also it's very interesting watching sort of the dynamics between the caretaker government and the students, right? The students are very ideological. They have kind of their lines where they think things must happen in this way or in that way, whereas the caretaker government, led by a Nobel laureate, is trying to kind of find a more middle way. If we were to look back and talk now about what if there was a democratic opening in China, and that's where I am really, that keeps me up at night, because I think civil society has been held down there. There just are no institutions. The free media doesn't exist. The institutions there are such that it's interesting. I was recently reading more about, Taiwan's transition to democracy, but the situation with, the U.S. as security guarantor, it changes everything so much that's why even if there's a democratic opening in China, I'd still be pretty terrified of where the direction it would actually go.
I would entirely agree with that. Entirely agree with that assessment. Now, President Trump is in Asia. The US is in some way pivoting away from Europe, focusing on Asia, especially on containing China, even though there's kind of this big question, is the Trump administration actually being isolationist, or is it actually being less isolationist than some people were thinking, or is becoming less isolationist? Now, amid all these dynamics, I know a classic criticism of the Biden administration was that its attempts to counter China's influence in Asia and Southeast Asia were hampered by the lack of economic investment, not just diplomacy and soft talk, but actually because Beijing was coming with real dollars. Now, my next question to you is, based on your experience, are there ways the United States could work with regional middle powers in the Asia-Pacific that are not being fully explored yet?
I mean, definitely. There's always more opportunities to engage. I think the key is, you'd mentioned economic engagement. There's many ways to engage. I think the key point is that we cannot make it a binary choice, right? We cannot ask any of these countries to simply disengage from China completely, right? But the argument is, and I think actually many of them want to engage with us, right? They actually do see the United States as a counterweight to China. They know they must work with China. They have no choice because, I mean, many of them have borders with China. Like, they must work with China, and they do want to get advantage from China's economic heft. But at the same time, and they might not say it publicly, they definitely value us, the United States, as a counterweight to China's influence. And an example I like to give is Vietnam. Vietnam is a one-party communist state. China is a one-party communist state. I think probably they'd rather, in general, work with the United States. They see us as a better, I would even say, protector of their sovereignty. And so, my organization, IRI, we work with a lot of, not necessarily governments, but we'll work with civil society, media, different organizations in different countries all across the world. And when we talk about China, it's always, we do not want to stop you from working with China. We don't even encourage you to stop working with China, but you need to do it with eyes open. You need to understand what the CCP is actually about. You need to understand that your government might be making, taking loans that it shouldn't. You might be making security arrangements that are kept completely opaque. And so if you're going to actually work with China, which you should, you need to do it with eyes open, transparently, and openly. And by the way, if you engage with the United States more, we're going to protect your sovereignty more, because we're not here to undermine your sovereignty, where the CCP actually often is. That is what they are doing. Yes, they claim that they have no strings attached engagement, but that is not the case. There are very big strings attached. So I think that's where it's often we need to do more, yes, but I think we need to be very thoughtful in how we engage to make sure that the countries understand that we are there to stay, we are there to help them, and we are there to, in a very different way than China is.
No, I think that's very well said. Now, we have very little time left here, but maybe just very briefly, if you have a very brief response, what prevents the regional governments from speaking out about China's rights abuses, and how can we change that? What recommendations would you have?
I mean, I just mentioned that there's no strings attached. Well, everyone knows they are attached, right? And those strings are, you have to adhere to all of China's core interests. Yes. And those core interests are, there are many, but for example, they are territorial integrity, Hong Kong, Tibet, East Turkestan. You name it. That also happens to be the same kind of places where the rights abuses are the worst. And so there is a sort of, whether it's verbally spoken aloud, sometimes it's coerced, agreements that you don't speak out about these things, right? And the prime example is obviously Muslim majority countries that don't speak out about the Uyghur crisis. They know that that would be very hurtful for their economies in a variety of different ways. But I think what you have is civil society, media, kind of chipping away at this, right? You're creating this kind of like, you were a large part of this, creating this massive like wall of evidence that cannot be ignored. I think you start to see at the UN, more and more countries slowly starting to mention China's rights abuses. There's strength in numbers. And so I think it's over time building that coalition, which people in this room are doing to the point where people will begin to speak out more and more. Okay, I'll stop there.
Adam, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Dr. Zenz. We have come to our final presentation of the China Forum, and we, again, are so grateful that you guys have stuck around all day. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our special guest. Damon Wilson is the president and CEO of the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, America's Foundation for Freedom. NED is an independent, nonprofit, non-governmental grant-making foundation mandated by U.S. Congress and dedicated to the growth and strengthening of democratic institutions around the world. NED supports the democratic aspirations of people working to advance fundamental freedoms, justice, and human rights with nearly 2,000 grants in nearly 100 countries. This includes support for the NED core institutes, which include the International Republican Institute, the National Democratic Institute, the Center for International Private Enterprise, and the Solidarity Center. Prior to joining NED, Mr. Wilson served as an executive vice president at the Atlantic Council, special assistant to the president and senior director for European Affairs at the National Security Council, executive secretary and chief of staff at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and deputy director in the private office of the NATO Secretary General. Mr. Wilson began his career with the Save the Children in Rwanda and the U.S. State Department. He is a graduate of Duke University and Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. With that, please welcome Mr. Wilson.
Thank you so much, Karina. Thank you. It is a real honor and pleasure to be with you. The last thing you need at a long conference is a long CV from the last speaker. But thank you, Karina, for that kind introduction. And first of all, let me just give a shout out to the whole Victims of Communism team, Eric, Karina, Ashley, Adrian. It's a remarkable tradition and history of convening the best and most important thinkers on China, which is a fundamental issue for our country, a fundamental issue for freedom, which is why I'm honored to be here to help close off this conversation. It's really important to ensure that the stories of those who have suffered under communism are not forgotten. And I think you've helped ensure that over the past 2 days. So I want to thank everybody who's been here and who's come through. Last night, we were able to hear from Rushan Abbas. Before that, Grace Jen Drexel. So many that are standing up for truth in the face of fear. And you remind us that the story of China today is not just one of repression. It's also a story of remarkable courage. And some of that started to come through with what you heard from Adam. Thank you from our colleagues in Common Cause at RI. And so it's an honor for me to close this forum, but to do so in a way as an institution that was founded for 40 years ago on a simple belief that people everywhere desire and deserve to live in freedom. So looking back to the Cold War, it's easy to think the victory for freedom was inevitable. The Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet Empire collapsed, democracy spread, but it didn't feel inevitable at the time. Some of you will have memories of that, not all of you. If you think back to the 1970s, again, some of you, not all of you, but if you think back and understand the 1970s, America felt divided, uncertain of itself. Many believed and argued that we were in decline. And yet we saw a generation of Americans, Republicans and Democrats alike, come together and they refused to surrender moral clarity. They built alliances, they built in human dignity, and they stood with those who dared to believe that freedom could prevail. They were clear-eyed about the Soviet threat and understood communist ideology. Above all, it took the efforts of the victims of communism at the time, the people who lived under that oppressive system, the people who knew it best, to be the real agents of change in their own societies.
So behind every major shift in history were people who lived under oppression and found ways to resist, whether Polish shipyard workers, Czech writers, Soviet dissidents, Chinese democracy advocates at Tiananmen Square. They were the victims of communism, but they were also the agents of its undoing. And we, America, stood with them, not to impose our system, but to affirm a universal truth that no regime, no ideology, no wall of fear can extinguish the human desire to be free. So today, we face a different but equally profound challenge from the Chinese Communist Party. But I want to focus less on the repression, the nature of that repression. You've talked about that a lot over the past day and a half, because we know that story all too well, some of you painfully too well. But I want to focus more on the resilience of the human spirit within China. Ed, my colleagues and I, I'm here with William Nee. We have the privilege of meeting with extraordinary people who carry that spirit forward. They're activists in exile, they're journalists preserving truth, they're survivors of forced labor, they're religious leaders keeping faith alive underground. And their courage reminds me of what I've seen in other closed societies. When I worked with activists from Eastern Europe in the 1990s or from the Middle East during the Arab Spring, we saw that every authoritarian system looked unshakable until suddenly it's not. What cracks it open isn't the power from the outside, it's the courage within. So that courage is alive in China today. It's the students who held up blank sheets of paper during the white paper protests. It's the one man, Peng Lifa, who climbed Siktong Bridge and unfurled a banner that read, "We want food, not PCR tests. We want freedom, not lockdowns." It's the Uyghur woman, like Rushan, fighting fiercely for their family members. It's the farmers and factory workers who, even amid censorship and surveillance, they find ways to demand fairness and dignity. China Dissent Monitor has recorded nearly 1,400 acts of dissent in just the last quarter. That's a 45% rise from the same period last year. And each one represents people. It represents a spark of conscience. And together, they illuminate something powerful, that even in the heart of the world's most advanced surveillance state, courage still finds a way. So at the endowment, we have the privilege, and I would say the responsibility, of walking alongside those who keep the flame alive. We stand with those on the front line of freedom, and it's not an abstract concept. It's deeply human. We support innovators that are breaking through censorship and building secure channels for truth and civic expression. We support Uyghur organizations that are documenting crimes against humanity and making sure that those stories reach policymakers around the world. We partner with Hong Kongers who are preserving the record of their struggle for freedom. We stand with Tibetan advocates defending the right to choose their own spiritual leader, free from party interference, and defend their culture from erasure. We work with Chinese lawyers, labor organizers, and citizen journalists who often at great risk refuse to give up on their country's future. These are the true patriots for China. And they are our friends. I think of the rights defense lawyer who led the charge and abolished China's re-education through labor system. The woman who fought for property rights and won local legal reforms. They aren't stories of victims. They're stories of builders of a more open, just, and democratic China. So next week at the Endowment's Democracy Awards, we plan to honor some of these brave voices, Uyghur, Tibetan, Chinese, who continue to defend faith, speech, and freedom, despite the CCP's efforts to silence them. And their stories remind us why this work, why your work matters. And our support doesn't stop there. Around the world, our partners are helping civil society resist Beijing's influence, countering censorship, defending digital freedom, and building resilience to transnational repression. We've helped connect activists and experts across the world who are learning together how to push back against authoritarian tactics. And that's what a global movement for democracy looks like. Xi Jinping wants the world to believe that democracy is chaotic. Look at our shutdown. that freedom is fragile, that it's autocracy that delivers results. But history and human nature, they do tell a different story. Systems built on fear always project strength until the day they don't. They can control speech, but not thought. They can intimidate, but not inspire. And when those systems start to crack, it's the networks that we build now, the relationships among activists, the policymakers, the believers, the workers, the advocates, that will help freedom rise faster. And that's why gatherings like this one matter. They remind us that the line between freedom and tyranny, it doesn't run through nations. It runs through every human heart. And it reminds us that those suffering under the CCP today, they are not alone. They are part of a much larger human story, and one that began long before the CCP, and one that will long outlast it. So as I join you for this closing this evening, I do think of the courage of the people that you've heard from Grace, that spoke earlier about her father, Pastor Ezra Jin, jailed simply for leading his congregation in prayer. Her voice is a powerful reminder that faith cannot be silenced. So as we close and as we leave this forum, let us take with us not just the sense of outrage at the injustice. It's real. But let us also take that sense of hope, that sense of inspiration, that hope that's rooted in the courage of those who refuse to give up, and in the knowledge that freedom's cause, it is stronger when we stand with them and we stand together to support their cause. So the day will come when the Chinese people can speak freely, worship freely, and determine their own future. It's not for us to determine that, but it will be for many of those that you know who are working towards that end. And when that day arrives, they will remember, they will know that you stood with them, and not just in words, but in solidarity and in action. So I want to thank you, and may we never tire in defending freedom's cause. Thank you for putting this forum together. It's an honor to be with you to close it out. Thank you very much.
Wow. What a powerful closing. And with that, I would like to bring up our CEO and President, Dr. Eric Patterson, to close out our China Forum. And again, thank you all so much for being here.
Wow, it's impossible to deliver something beyond those incredible words by Damon. So, Damon, thank you. Thank you for inspiring us today. And I think that that's a theme from this day. You know, we started this morning with a scene setting by Dr. Doshi, and it would be easy to have a certain amount of resignation that China might win, that this terrible system might be one that inexorably is moving around the world. But I think that what you've heard today is a set of presentations that are hopeful and resolute about pushing back, and that the fundamentals of the Judeo-Christian, Western, classical, liberal tradition will win in the end. And I think whenever I'm at one of these events, what would our founders say? VOC had two founders, Lev Dobryansky and Lee Edwards. One of the things that Lee was very good at was thanking the people who made something possible. And I'd just like to recognize two individuals, Serkan Taz and Colleen Prince of our team, who made today possible in so many ways. Lee would often talk about individuals and Lev about groups. And so let me tell you, if they were here, I think part of their diagnosis would be Lev would remind us of what he called the captive nations concept. And it was that, and he said that most American presidents until Ronald Reagan forgot this, that the natural aspirations of ethno-religious groups and cultural linguistic groups, groups like Christians and Falun Gong in China, groups like Tibetan Buddhists and Muslim Uyghurs, their natural aspirations to express their group and familial identities would overcome the bland, encompassing, suffocating, but faulty identity of imposed communism. And Lev was right.
And Lee continually reminded us of the potency of the individual. Over and over and over in his writings, he talks with a lot of optimism and joy about the power of the individual aspiration for freedom. And we heard about some of those types of individuals in Damon's talk. And so whether it's the individual or the way that individuals associate naturally, these are things that call out the lie of Chinese communism day in and day out. So let me leave you with 3 to-dos. What can be done? What can you do? I think that the first thing that can be done, and this is really an invitation, I bet about half of you have not visited the VOC Museum or visit our website or the free, many free resources that are available there. Or our Victims of Communism bookshop on Amazon that has children's books that champion freedom and tell the story about communism and other things. So first, please use us as a resource and spread the word. And there's 3 or 4 of you who could give as well. So, and you know who you are. So please join us in this work. The second thing that you can do is this. We all have a role to play to be telling this story of what we heard today to our public officials. And by public officials, I mean in government, but I also mean those who represent corporations and things in the choices that we make. And that is, I recently tried to buy shoes that were not made in China, and the people in the store had no idea what I was talking about. But you understand that that it's going to be up to citizens like us to express to our members of Congress, to our governors, to our state legislators, that these issues actually matter to us as a voting public, and we see them as central, not only to our identity, but to our national security competition with a major adversary. And then the third thing, and I speak specifically to the physical group that's here with us today. Many of you are working on these issues every day. And so I just say to you, keep doing what you're doing. There's so many think tanks, nonprofits, activist and advocacy organizations, members of the press here who care deeply about these issues. So I think I can say on behalf of all of us at the VOC team, thank you, and please keep doing what you're doing to advocate for freedom for all those still held captive by totalitarian regimes today. And with that, we end this 11th China Forum. Thank you very much.